Alright, so the beginning of this session finds you guys in possession of some new items and some new information. Obviously, the contents of Imlius's bag and person give you perhaps a little bit of an idea about what might have been going on here. You do, however, have the slight issue that your guide has disappeared off into the desert night, seemingly finally done with your shenanigans. But you guys have managed to get at least a bit of a rest in after your ordeal. Obviously, Epicos and Yinfu, you've had a chance to kind of be revived and maybe patch yourselves up a little bit as best you can out here. So as the sun rises, you guys find yourself with the decision on how exactly you intend to proceed.
I will interject. As a wanderer, I get the wonderful feat of wanderer. You have an excellent memory for maps and geography. You can always recall general layouts of terrain, settlements, and other features around you. There's no limit like with Keen Mind. It doesn't say like within the past month or anything. It just says you have an excellent memory for it.
Okay, well, in that case, being as obviously you kind of passed through this oasis on the way out, you are fairly confident you could navigate back to the Phoenix Gate.
I'm relieved to see that Havel is still living on somehow.
But yeah. No, knowing that Jacinta's not coming back, my dad will be like, it's kind of that way.
Wide-Eye kind of gestures roughly southeast of your position. Obviously, you're aiming for a fairly sizable wall. He doesn't need to be, pinpoint accurate with his assumptions. But obviously, with the oasis here, you guys are able to resupply your supply of water before heading off. So you reckon you've got a good couple of days worth of water just in case.
Cool, best foot forward then. Let's avoid that dragon.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, cool. So, Wide-Eye, you set off into the sands now as the sun starts to kind of creep its way up. And before too long, the by now familiar heat is back. But, despite the hardships the sun offers, it does provide a fairly handy tool for navigation. And you're able to kind of keep yourself on what you believe to be a true heading. So you carry on like this for the best part of the day. Now, obviously, as midday comes, you find yourself without the benefit of Jacinto's kind of tarpaulin shelter. Are you guys planning to stop and try and find some shade of your own? Or are you just going to plow on through?
Stopping sounds sensible. Yeah. Do we have anything that we could sort of fashion a sun cover from? I don't think I have anything on hand. I don't know that a writ of authority is going to do it.
No. I mean, I've got my robes that I can just sort of cover myself with, but yeah, nothing that. Although, I don't know. I guess actually, I have picked up a new trick.
Oh.
Hang on, let me see what I can do it with.
Please, no fireball. Or accidental.
Hang on, I'm just reading through a spell. No, I guess not, because it's all. I mean, are we in the desert? Is it just sand? Is that all that's around us, or is there like more solid ground? Crispy?
Oh, sorry, I did not realise that was switched off. So yeah, you're kind of largely in the sand dunes at this point. If there is any more solid ground, it's probably far enough ahead of you, but by the time you reach there, you wouldn't need it anyway.
Okay, fine, fair enough. No, there's not much I can do then, probably.
All right. So with that information, do you guys still intend to kind of take a stop, or you just want to battle for it?
Seeing as it's just sand and heat and there's no real shelter, it might just be best to get to stronger
Yeah,
ground.
we're not going to cool down. We're just going to get cooked if we sit still.
Exactly,
Then
yeah.
we're gonna
Yeah.
yeah. No matter what, we might as well keep going and just try and.
And there
drink.
was a dragon. I'd rather keep moving if
that
that's
is-
okay.
That is also true. That is also
Distance sounds good, actually. Yeah, now you mention
Yeah.
it. Let's take a slower pace, but just
Slower
keep
pace,
moving.
keep moving. Yeah, I
I
agree.
guess stay don't spread apart in case it thinks it can pick one of us off.
No, stay
If
together.
we kill the dragon, we can hide under its corpse.
That's if it comes down, we'll do that.
Okay, so you guys carry on trekking through these dunes. Can everybody please roll me a Constitution saving throw?
Can we also be keeping an eye out to see if there's any evidence of Jacinto passing through or us being on his trail?
Sure, yeah.
Yay.
Okay, so I'm walking through the desert. You guys kind of keep planning through. Yinfu, you see something kind of low down to the horizon, but it seems to be approaching quite quickly.
Watch out! Coming towards us! I'm gonna hit the deck.
Okay, so you guys
Yeah.
watch as Yinfu kind of throws herself down into the sands, kind of seeking cover.
I do the same thing.
I will look in the direction that she's pointed and try and see what it is.
Okay, so Lee May, you don't ask any questions, you hit the deck as well. Elias, you look out over the horizon, you can't see anything approaching.
How is it in the air? Is it a dragon?
Yinfu, you're not so sure anymore.
I'm gonna sort of like kneel up to try and get a better vantage point, but without actually standing up.
So you kneel up and look out past the direction you think you saw it, but the horizon seems clear.
I've got the hawk still around, so I'll send him up circling around above us to keep an eye out.
Sure. So an aerial view kind of gives you a better kind of perspective over the height of some of these taller dunes, and you can't see anything that immediately poses you a threat.
It could have been a trick of the eye, I suppose. Have you been drinking enough water?
I assume probably not.
I mean,
I-
you are quite you do have a bit of a hide on you. I suppose you're
You
probably
can call me
heating up a
fluffy,
lot.
it's okay.
Yeah, well, okay. I suppose you're probably heating up a bit quicker than the rest of us, well, except for Epicos, maybe.
I
He just flies away.
I stand up. I immediately just like march over and just put my hand on her head to see how she's feeling.
Medicine check, please.
No, not medicine.
I believe in you.
No.
Okay.
Ah, yes. That is a forehead. It's quite the forehead you have there.
Yeah, Lee May, you're not entirely certain what the body temperature of a satyr should be, so this test doesn't actually do you many favors. You can tell that she's alive, but you knew that already, really.
I just remove my hand and just go. I think you're gonna be okay.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
I will rather, ironically, sheepishly get off the floor and start walking again.
Okay, so you guys kind of take up your previous positions and keep heading southeast, roughly. And by the time evening starts to set in, you guys can kind of see the familiar structure of the fortress wall kind of looming up in the distance. It's not a easy thing to miss, really. So Wide-Eye, you obviously kind of buoyed up by this, increase the pace a little bit towards where the Phoenix Gate's located. So you guys kind of get to the encampment on the outside of the wall, probably about 9-10 p.m. By now, obviously quite worn out.
Maybe we can get rested in guardhouse, maybe. But before we do that, I think maybe we should take a look around, see if Jacinto made his way back here.
Yeah.
That sounds sensible.
Also, there could possibly still be an accomplice of Imlius who's waiting for him here, maybe.
Good thinking, actually.
Okay, so how do you?
So Imlius was like really pale, wasn't it?
He was,
really
yeah.
pale half elf.
Pale half elf.
So I guess looking out for anyone who looks similar to him, or well, I guess maybe just like anyone sort of because he was dressed quite old-fashionedly or something as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, in quite traditional clothing around.
So keeping an eye out for anyone like that.
Dressed a little bit
Maybe.
weirdly.
Yeah, maybe.
With an accent as well,
Oh yeah.
which often does stand out in a crowd.
So you take a look around, kind of starting where you first kind of met Jacinto. You see no sign of him in amongst the other, what you assume to be the guides. But there are also no signs of any other strangers that would match Imlis's description. Folk you see gathered here, most of them look like they're, either traders from inside the realm who've, maybe either preparing to or just got back from an expedition, or kind of tribes folk, the rough and ready people from beyond the wall. Definitely no sign of any kind of finery from within the realm.
Okay. Oh, one other thing, Crispy. Seeing as Rich is away, he took the documents and what have you from Imlius, didn't he? Was there anything in his inventory that was, or was it just?
Check.
Because I know he had that official
So the
that allowed him passage and things like that.
yeah, he did take that, but transfer across for the time being, if you like.
Yeah, please, just so I can make sure.
In fact, I would have to make that up, but we'll count as in your inventory for now. I'll write you up a one later.
Yeah, because I was going to say probably might need to use that at some point.
Sure. So you kind of take that over. So if you can recall, it was essentially a diplomatic passport,
Yeah.
essentially, and then along with it a letter of credit.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that bit.
From a bank which was located in the city of Taizao. Along with his, you've already got his little wrist.
Yeah.
Out his machine with the sending stone in it. But yes, your search around the camp reveals nobody that immediately stands out as being of the same ilk as Imlius. Nor can you find Jacinto.
I'm gonna head over to the guides and just ask one of them where Jacinto is, if they've seen him.
So you make your way over to a few of the guides there, Zed. You can see one is, another one is an orc, and then there is actually a tabaxi, interestingly enough. But neither of them seem to have seen or heard of Jacinto or anyone matching his description. At least not in recent days.
It may well be that he hasn't come back here, and I can't really blame him for that. I'm hoping that's the case.
Yeah.
I just hope he wasn't the one that was eaten.
I don't think so. I think it was probably one of the fighters that ran away.
I hope so.
I think Jacinto's got a way of being hidden, probably.
Okay.
Staying hidden from us, probably.
Yeah.
Because remember, he's the only one who knows that we were going to ambush. So, if he is alive, then...
Well, he's also the one who got us into the orc encampment, so he's not going to be friendly on friendly terms with them anymore.
I don't think he wants anything to do with us at all.
We ruined his reputation with the orcs. We desecrated a temple that he's spent years researching into his ancestry. We carried out an ambush at which we might have gotten killed.
As Elias is listing that out, I'm going to suddenly remember that I've got the rubbings of his people's music still on my person.
Oh. Okay.
Well, maybe we can leave a message with the gate commander in case he ever shows up again.
Or maybe he just never wants to hear from us again.
Oh, yeah, maybe that.
Why do I get a feeling this is going to be a common theme for a lot of my NPCs this campaign?
Yep.
Yeah, the Lao Dong as well. He and his family got taken in.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of leaving a bit of a trail of misery behind us, I think.
Yeah, we kind of suck, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well,
moving on from our
are we the bad guys?
Display of self-awareness.
We've done pretty much what Magister Fu wanted us to do. We've kind of, taken out a smuggling ring, and have some possible leads as to where they may be coming from, what they may be doing. So I think he's going to be quite happy with us, and
well, at least we made one person happy.
Yes, that's what we need to
focus on.
Yeah.
Right, let's get moving to the magistrate then, shall we?
Can we have a rest somewhere?
Yeah.
Perhaps a long variety.
This is
the wagon as well. Don't forget the wagon.
A pine would be good.
This is a safe enough encampment that you would be able to get a long rest in.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, it is in the best interests of all involved not to piss off the local garrison, so even the tribal folk are on their best behaviour. So you guys are able to take a long rest, so if you'd like to do that, now would be the time.
I'll use that as an excuse to attune to the Spellglaive then as well. So
Okay.
can I get? Does it still? Do I get a long rest even though I'm attuning? 'Cause technically it only needs
Yes, you will, because you
Yeah.
only need an hour for
Yeah, okay.
the attunement.
Oh, Flame Glaive recovers. Oh, fucking hell! It does that automatically. That's pretty good.
That's handy.
So all I did was click long rest, and it's automatically done that.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, that'll be interesting for the day when it fucking fails and it fucking explodes or something. Oh no, it's only when you use the last charge that it does that.
Yeah, it's not every day.
Yeah, that's the point of the checkbox of is a new day, is that it refreshes things for that refresh on a new day like that.
Dawn and stuff, yeah. Look, quite a few magical items are refreshers at dawn rather than at the end of a long rest.
Oh, and when I've clicked attune to it as well, it's given me the fire resistance effect, passive effect now as well.
Mm.
It's very good.
That's gonna be handy.
I'm still gonna keep it concealed in the bag of holding though, so I'll, because it stands out a bit, doesn't it? It looks very flashy.
Yeah.
We need to figure out a way to actually, yeah. Can I, if we're doing a long rest as well as attuning to it, can I spend some time to try and like, I don't know, camouflage it a little bit? Maybe like wrap some bindings around it to make it look a little bit less glamorous.
Roll me an Arcana, please.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, so Elias, you would be kind of roughly aware that with kind of magic imbued items like this, the kind of inlaid gemstones usually need to be unobstructed essentially to get their full benefit. So whilst you could definitely put something in place to disguise it, if you wanted to then get the full usage of the staff, it would need to be removed before combat.
Fair enough. Okay, I won't do that then. I'll just keep it in the bag of holding for now.
Okay, cool. So yes, the morning dawns without any incident overnight. You guys wake up feeling rested and noticeably less sandy than you have for a while. Not completely sand-free, mind. It's still, you're still close enough to the desert that the wind carries some kind of dust-borne sand particles with it, but it's not quite as bad as being out in the dunes themselves. So, what is the plan for the morning, please?
We need to get back through the gate.
Yes.
Get the wagon
Get the wagon.
and basically get going back to the magistrate to relay everything we've found.
It is possibly worth telling the commander of the gate that we have returned and completed our investigation.
True.
Crispy, would I have had a chance to transcribe that music yet?
You would have had a chance to try. If you roll me a performance, I'll tell you if you've managed it or not. Okay, so Yinfu, having had a chance to go over these rubbings of what must have been the inscriptions, it's apparent to you that obviously this is not in the musical notation commonly found within the realm. However, you've managed to find what appear to be a series of kind of repeating patterns in it, which with a bit of experimentation turn out to be chords, and from there, you've managed to kind of piece, the beginnings of a few of these songs together. You're not quite there just yet, but you're confident that it could be done.
Okay.
So perhaps a little bit more time, and you may have these cracks.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, right. I don't have anything to leave should Jacinto come back, but I'll keep working on it anyway.
Oh, that was another thing. We wanted to see if we could tell if there was any records of Imlius passing through the gate. So we probably will need to speak to the gate commander to ask to see his records and see if he was maybe traveling with anyone or when he arrived. Maybe they've got historical records to see like how long he's been traveling through for.
Aren't we supposed to be fairly incognito?
Yeah, but he already knows that we're here because of Fu. So if we just
Okay.
say, look, we need to look at your records, don't ask any questions.
I think it was more that we didn't turn up to the orc camp looking like an army.
Yeah, that as well. But I guess a gate commander of the realm should be someone who's like relatively safe to just, let us know that we're here working.
But this guy had diplomatic immunity.
Yeah, but they might still have like a record of him passing through, is what I mean.
It's just whether they may raise questions of why we're asking that.
Well, we don't have to ask about him specifically. That's what I mean. If we just say to him, "Let us look at your record books," and then
right, okay. I thought you meant you were going to directly ask.
No,
about.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that way we don't have to give away who we're looking for
Okay.
or why.
Okay.
Just that
That's
we
better.
need to look at the records and see.
Yeah.
See if that gets us anywhere.
Yeah.
Excuse me, good gate commander. There was a half-elf we killed out in the desert called Imlius. Is there any information on him?
He may have had some diplomatic immunity, but don't worry about that.
We don't actually do that, Crispy.
Not relevant anymore.
Right.
Somebody retract.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So let's try that. Let's go see the gate commander then.
Okay.
What's his name? Peng something. Peng Yun.
Peng Yun. So you guys kind of make your way out of the camp and towards the Phoenix Gates, which, as is customary, is kind of now open now the sun is up. As you enter, you can kind of see that the interior of the fort is a hive of activity. There's a lot going on. You can see kind of parked next to your kind of wagon. There's a series of more kind of coach-like vehicles and kind of relevant horses required for them. And there's a crowd of kind of foot soldiers milling around. The guards at the gate, when they see you approaching, kind of beckon you over. Ah, you lot. The commandant wants to speak to you. Wait here. I'll go and fetch him for you.
Okay.
Okay.
So the kind of courtyard now. A few people now have kind of looked in, a little bit interested, obviously, by this. Most of them are just going about their day. After a few minutes, Peng Yun emerges from the kind of door into his, the interior of the fort and his chamber where you guys last saw him. And he's followed by what appears to be an elf of pale complexion.
Oh.
Ah, there you are. I trust you had a successful time on your expedition.
Largely, yeah.
No, yeah. Yes and no.
Now, I hate to say this, but I believe you may be victims of a case of mistaken identity.
How was that?
He kind of passes a glance to this elf next to him. Well, not to make any baseless accusations, but this good gentleman here, his companion was due to return yesterday, and he's overdue. Now, we've heard rumours that he may have been accosted in the desert. Now, I know that this is obviously largely baseless, I would imagine, but just for good order's sake and to appease the gentleman here, I need to search your belongings. I trust that won't be an issue.
Nope, I can go first.
But whereabouts was this gentleman accosted? Perhaps we can offer some information.
We don't know. All we know is that he should have returned about a day ago. It's just a precaution, but I've been informed by... You kind of see he's looking at this elf with not quite disdain, almost, but he's clearly not too happy that the elf is here. I have a duty to at least investigate, you see, but please, it shouldn't take a moment of your time.
You ran into that dragon.
The what?
There was a dragon. He clearly had been hunting. We've actually kind of sped our way back here, kind of scared.
It's part of why our journey has been semi-unsuccessful.
Yeah, we don't even know where our guide is. So,
yes, we did. We lost Jacinto on the way back, and maybe we think he might have been scared off by the dragon, maybe even attacked. So we had to make our way back alone.
There was another creature out in the desert as well, a large flappy thing that hid in the sands that we had to fight off. There could be any number of things that have found your friend. The desert was a much more dangerous place than we were prepared for, or first assumed.
we hope that helps in a way, but we don't really appreciate being searched like we're the ones in trouble here. Sorry.
Need I remind you, Commander, we are here on official business of the state also, and I'll produce the writ from Magister for his attention. We need to pass through. We have to report back to our leader.
So, by now, obviously, this little confrontation here has drawn the attention of practically everybody with nothing better to do in the fort, and you can kind of see that Peng Yun is clearly quite anxious to get this over with. Well, I'm willing to take your word for that. Does that settle your inquiry there, Kelbalar? He looks to the elf, kind of hopefully. It is a tale of many tallness. It is not what our informant has told us. Aye, it is a tall tale. And most of it's true. But I think they've left out a few key parts, says Jacinto, stepping forward from behind one of the wagons.
I knew it.
Would you look at the coward? Here he is. And I'll very flashily point my finger in like a j'accuse You left us to die out in the desert with no guide.
I left you to die out there because you deserved it. Ambushing murderers.
How dare you? And
That's a bold statement from you. I believe it was your idea.
It was your idea.
Ha, yes, because after all the times he's been through here, I've decided now, suddenly, would be the time to do him in. Just as you're coming through.
whereabouts are we stood while this is happening?
Kind of in the courtyard, very, kind of gate in front of you, gate behind you, both of which are heavily guarded.
Okay, so there's people all around us looking at us.
Yes, you are very much the centre of attention. This is definitely going to be the most juicy gossip that's gone on around here for a good few months.
Commander,
Okay.
we may need to speak to you in private regarding a matter.
Nonsense! This must be settled. Search them. That is the clearest way to be done with this.
This is ridiculous, and with that, I'm going, fine, you can search us, and I'm going to take off my backpack and my cloak, and I'm going to, ball them all up and throw them onto the ground. And as I do that, I'm going to cast Mold Earth. And the ground at my feet, I'm going to open up a small pocket into which I drop the bag of holding and then conceal it in the earth.
He's doing that.
He's
going to step forward and be like,
Yeah.
well, here you go. And just with his axe, just lift it really high and just drop it into someone's hands, whoever's in front of me.
Yeah, Epikos turns around and sort of backs up, going, "There are my saddlebags. Take them."
Okay, so...
And I start handing off instruments, one by one at them, and then hand, my bag, whatever, bric-a-brac and shit is in my pockets.
And also Lee May's going to be really brazen and step up to the elf and just wink and say, "You can search me yourself if you like."
He looks at you with what appears to be disgust. I would not like this. In fact, actually, he is going to pay you a little bit of a closer look, Lee May.
Oh no.
And you, for a half moment there, see something that might possibly be recognition.
Yeah.
But if it is, he makes no further action of it.
Oh, okay. Do I recognize him, Crispy?
You would not know of this man.
Oh.
It would be unlikely that you would have seen him in person.
I don't like that he knows me.
Hang on, have you got a wanted poster up somewhere? Is
Probably.
that where you reckon that?
Probably. No. Well, I'm a pirate, remember, so could be any. Right, okay.
So, okay. You guys kind of go ahead and start giving over your items to be searched. Now, obviously, it contains your fairly standard adventuring gear. You can kind of see there's an air of tension at the moment here. Obviously, at the minute, the most anxious here, other than yourselves, is probably Peng Yu, and he clearly wants to avoid any particular incidents here, but he doesn't really have all too much to say as his guards search your belongings and turn up what appears to be, a fairly bland set of contents.
This will be reported back, as you are, I'm sure, no doubt aware.
And I'd keep an eye on this one, and I'll point my finger at Jacinto, leading strangers into the desert, leaving them to die, and then coming up with fanciful stories. Maybe he's the one who's done in your companion, and I'll sort of just trying to pass the blame.
Okay, So you guys kind of take up the equipment back after it's been searched, and I'm going to roll a dice, which may be a very important one. Is that just a flat roll? It is just a flat roll. Okay, so handing back your equipment there, Elias, the guards kind of step back a little bit. Can't see anything suspicious on them, sir. He, Penguin kind of not quite sighs with relief, but you can see he's visibly happy that nothing has, kind of given cause for an incident here. There you are, see? Nothing on them, Kalbalar. That should satisfy you, correct? Very well. He kind of turns and gives Jacinto a bit of a side eye. Yes, we are content.
And let it be known, this is going to be epicot, fucking loud. And let it be known that this man here takes you out into the desert, betrays you, and leaves you for dead. No one should accept his services as a guide if they wish to live with their life.
Jacinto at the minute is taken aback a little at the fact that you guys have obviously been found with kind of no real evidence on you. However, he is a suspicious sort, and he does know that you are a magician, Elias, so he is going to quickly roll an investigation. Just to try and save his own skin here as much as anything else. Fortunately for you, your little trick with the earth there is proving to be quite an effective hiding place. And he doesn't spot it or come up with any explanation to that. They've stashed it somewhere. There's no way. I saw them do it themselves. I was watching the whole thing.
It is difficult to watch us when you have fled, no?
He turns to the elven merchant. Look, I know that they can't. Well, I know we haven't found anything on them. That's not proof that. You know what? Never mind. The elf kind of looks at him, and you find his gaze very difficult to read as he kind of assesses Jacinto's kind of reaction to all of this. But he doesn't let slip what he may or may not be thinking. Well, we will await, and if he is not back in a few more days, we may have to investigate this ourselves. The truth will come out.
Well, I hope your companion is found, and good luck to you, sir.
We have business. This has wasted enough of our time.
Commander, may we leave?
He gives a nod of his approval.
I'll put on my cloak, stoop down to pick up my backpack off the floor, and just I'm making sure of checking through my backpack, making sure nothing's been stolen, and then I'll try and remove pouch.
Once again, I think we'll probably all be bustling around doing the same thing. Lots of bodies sort of in the way doing things. I'm going to make a show of dropping one of my instruments quite loudly as well.
Okay, cool. Elias, roll your stealth.
Ooh, shit.
Or would sleight of hands be better?
I've got the same bonus in either.
Well, okay.
Sleight of hand, let's do that. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
No.
Pause. Hold your jets. Cool your jets. I might have a solution. Bear with me.
Does it involve running very quickly?
It might do.
Oh God. What are you doing?
By all means, throw it into the chat.
I don't know whether this works. Don't want to consume spell slot. Let's just go with that. I think I would need to do that on anybody trying to perceive Elias's
So
effect.
the triggering creature, let's see then. Reaction when you which you take when a creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself succeeds on an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw. So unfortunately nobody has done that.
No. And I don't think
More
Bardic
just like a-
Inspiration is going to do it either.
What's your Bardic Inspiration? A D6?
Yeah.
Kind of too late.
We're not distracting. Like, if we're all distracting people, could he, is that not classed as like the help action?
It would be counteracted by the fact that you guys are the centre of attention of a massive crowd of people at this point.
Oh.
Fair point.
Okay, so Elias, you kind of go to recover this bag, and as you do, kind of a big clump of earth kind of falls down from it. Chikinto obviously kind of on hyper alert at this point. Hey, look at that! You see that disturbed earth? The
We have been out in the desert. There is disturbed earth everywhere.
Yeah, and there's...
Chikinto, are you jumping
I'm
at spiders now? Freaking
I'm gonna like shake my tail, and a fuck ton of sand is gonna fall out.
Oh, come now, let's not jump to conclusion. No, Captain, we must investigate this fully.
Very well. Let's look at this disturbed earth, and I'll sort of put my hands on my hips and stare down at the ground.
Okay, so Captain at this point has to be seen to be going along with this High Elf's request. So you guys are searched once more. This time, Elias, I'm afraid he finds the recovered bag of holding. Captain, we found something else.
God.
The guard kind of, gestures to this bag of holding, and you watch the kind of the eyebrows raise perceptibly on this Kelbalar's face. I recognize this. He snatches it off the guard in question, opens it, and starts to rummage through the items. And sure enough, he finds the possessions that Imlius had on him. He turns it towards the captain of the gates. Well, Captain, I think this is definitive. He hands him the kind of diplomatic passport. Penguin sighs for a moment. Well, do you have anything to say to yourself, other than you already have?
Captain, we really could do with speaking to you privately regarding this matter.
We did say before that we needed to, and this is important. This was the reason why. But you didn't let us, so...
We can either do this privately, or we can do this very, very publicly, which I think would be an embarrassment for everybody.
Epicos is gonna flex at this as well and sort of put his hand on his spear. Not draw it yet, but flex and put his hand on his spear and go, and I do love being the center of a good story.
The threats carry very little weight in the fort. Obviously, he's surrounded by a good number of soldiers and quite a few of the guards that clearly Kelbalar has arrived with as well. I'm afraid if there were to be any sweeping under the rugs. It is not for something as important as this. No, but you are here under orders from Magistrate Fu. Therefore, I'm going to relinquish my judgment on you, and instead I will let him decide. But, as you will understand, as now suspects in a very high-profile murder investigation, I cannot let you go. You will be escorted there under armed guard. From there, he can decide.
Just 1 second, Captain. What else is in that bag?
Well, actually, Captain, and at this point, Crispy, I need to ask, how are we stood around? Do you have like a map of some sort?
I don't. I'm not actually sure if I can draw one very quickly. I might be able to. Okay, so if I do just on the scene to save having to make a new one. So that, say, is the courtyard. You guys are... Oh, hold on. Can I draw a circle within that? Or no, I can't, for fuck's sake. How do I select that? Okay, so say that's... yeah, there we go. That seems to do it. Say that is the courtyard. You guys are kind of here. The commander and Kalbalar are here, and then there are kind of guards there and there by the gates. The gates are kind of the north and south portion of this.
Are the gates open?
The gates are open. However, there are, a very, very large contingent of soldiers now gathered around you. So getting there is going to be... I'll be honest with you, it won't end well for you.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
I'll point into the. I'll point at the bag and say, I think you'll find, Captain, our writ of passage from Magister Fu is in there, and if you'll allow me to examine it, there's some particular wording on there I think you'll find interesting, and I'll sort of approach and gesture see if he'll let me reach into the bag.
He is absolutely not going to let you reach into the bag.
Well, you can reach in there yourself and pull it out. It's in there, our slip of paper. And then as I get to within 5 feet of him, I'm going to try and cast Hypnotic Gaze.
Okay, yep.
No!
Alright, so let me roll a dice.
Oh, God.
So I'm going to do this while I wanted to. Yeah. Okay, so he fails that.
Yeah. So as we're looking at this slip of paper, I'll just say, Commander, we are allies of the realm, and it was to Magister Fu that we were reporting anyway, so I'm sure with a reasonable escort, we can be taken there, and there's no need to treat us like prisoners. I guess I'm trying to make a persuasion, really, to...
Yep, so roll me a persuasion and you'll have advantage for that, because he's charmed. Okay. Yes, you are under Magistrate Fu's orders. Yes, you will return to him with an escort, but there will be no need for irons.
Also, there is something in there that there are other things in there that are ours. So...
Well, I trust you will not... Well, this bag is evidence, so it must accompany us on our journey. I wouldn't say you don't have to give us back possession of it, but You certainly can't hand it to this gentleman. It needs to be examined by Magister Fu himself. All the contents should remain inside the bag.
Yes, it seems fair. Nobody should tamper with evidence. I'll hand it to the guard captain.
I don't want this guy, stealing away the fucking powdered dragon scale. I mean, that is pretty much the evidence of what
This is
we've
I was
come to
worried.
do. Like.
Yeah, this is what I'm worried about. So I'm glad you. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, let's go.
Okay, so with those arrangements in place, you can see the full elf this time is not too happy with it. However, he is obviously not going to oppose the captain's decision there. So you guys are basically given a substantial escort. Clearly, this has drawn quite a bit of attention, and it seems that Kelbalar has some oomph here. So, accordingly, you've been given an escort of 30 soldiers.
The soldiers that are with Kel Valar, are they like soldiers of the realm, or are they just like mercenary type guys?
Interestingly enough, they seem to be soldiers of the realm.
Okay.
And it's not his guards that escort you back. These are actually kind of detached from their duties at Phoenix Gate to escort you.
Right, okay. Is he... Okay, sorry, carry on.
So, yeah, no, Kelbalar's not going with you, essentially,
No.
at this point. He and his guards are kind of staying put while you guys are escorted back over to Tongguan, where hopefully Magister Fu can potentially do something about all this. Okay, so yeah, you guys are not bound or shackled in any way, but it is, made very clear to you that you are to be essentially not quite, mistreated as such as prisoners, but you aren't going to have any liberty other than following them to Tongguan. There's going to be no messing around. And obviously any attempts to escape are just going to kind of confirm suspicions of guilt. But having made that clear, the captain makes no further attempts to, harass or humiliate you any further. They just kind of march you guys back down the road up towards Tongguan. So it's going to be about 3 days to get there, give or take. Obviously, with the escorting soldiers, you don't have to contend with any traffic on the road, so that makes it a little bit faster than the previous journey.
Is the captain of the guard who has the bag walking with us, Crispy?
He's walking at the head of the column.
Okay, good. I'm just seeing if I'm just making sure that he's with us, so that we can give the evidence over. Okay, good. Okay.
Okay, so you guys kind of get to Tongguan after a couple of days on the road with no real events. Again, with such a strong escort, people are kind of giving you a pretty wide berth. So
we just stick to the wagon, I guess.
Yeah. So if you guys don't misbehave or act up, the guard have no problems with you. So you guys arrive back in Tongguan. By now, the kind of festivities have drawn to a close, and people are kind of back to their everyday life. And you can see that whilst busy, the marketplace is nowhere near what it was previously. So you guys kind of make your way up to the kind of magistrate's courts that by now you're fairly familiar with. This time, however, you aren't treated to the luxury of the bureaucratic waiting room that you have been in the past. Instead, this time you're actually put in some holding cells for the time being, whilst you await your next audience with Magistrate Fu.
Maybe going back through the same gate was perhaps a mistake.
I mean, I suppose we didn't consider that Jacinto might have legged it back to snitch on us. But then again,
I did.
He was
Yeah,
pretty
well,
annoyed.
yeah.
We probably should have seen that coming.
possibly.
I know a little
Oh
shit.
well.
when I
Well,
see
now
one.
I don't feel bad about all the shit we did to him.
Yeah.
Now I wish he
Oh.
died by the dragon.
I think the score is even, maybe less than, but there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, do I still have the bit of paper with the magic on it? Not the magic, the music on it.
You do, yes.
Oh, can I try and work on that while we're waiting?
Yeah, sure. You've got a bit of time. You may as well. So you guys kind of listen as the info starts kind of humming along a few tunes, trying to work out what octave things go in. It provides a bit of a distraction as you guys are kind of left to wait in here for a considerable amount of time. And in fact, it seems whatever the magistrate has on, he intends to leave you here for a while as night falls and the next day rises before you're summoned.
Lovely.
As we're waiting as well, as the info's practicing the magic, I'm practicing mold earth to try and get better at doing it stealthily. My excuse to everyone, which I go on very long-windedly about, is like, look, I was figuring this out while we were journeying. Okay, it's the first time I've ever actually tried to use it in practice. Okay, like, I'll be better at it in future.
It was a very good first attempt.
It was a good plan.
Okay, so yeah, Elias, you start practicing this until eventually a guard comes in and starts to, kind of give you a sound of thrashing, thinking you're trying to escape.
Look,
No.
all the dirt's going back where it was.
He doesn't seem to be too particularly bothered about that and gives you a few more good kicks for good measure.
Oh god.
I use Mage Hand to slap him on the back of the head as he's walking out of the room.
Oh my god.
He goes to draw his sword, but his companion kind of puts a hand to his wrist and stops him.
Good sir, we apologize for his incompetence. He was dropped on his head at the birth and has never recovered. Shut the fuck up, Elias.
Oh, I didn't do anything. Must have been the wind.
He didn't do anything.
I'm in my cell. How could I have done anything?
So this kind of goes on for a little bit, but eventually the guard kind of calms down and kind of walks off. But you reckon it's probably about midday by the time that you receive your summons to see Magistrate Fu. And as you kind of brought into his chamber, he waits for the kind of doors to close and the guards to retreat before kind of turning to face you. Yinfu, roll me an insight, please.
Insight.
Okay, so you can see that he's doing his best to remain composed, but deep down you can see he is absolutely simmering with rage at this point.
Extra
Are you-
curtsy and bow.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
you seriously back here already? I would have thought you would have had the good decency to have made yourself scarce, gone off and been bandits. But no, now instead you bring me the largest diplomatic incident the realm has seen in the last century. He kind of slams his fist on his desk and kind of stands up, kind of pacing the room. Do you have any idea what you've done?
We found out who was smuggling magic items into the realm.
And what they were smuggling.
And
Yes,
out of the
and
realm.
you killed them. And do you have any idea who it was you killed, or did that not cross your simple minds before you just decided to off him there and then?
Magister, there is some matter of quite urgent concern that we discovered out in the realm. There has been a large number of spell glaives smuggled out in exchange for dragon scale
Yes, I'm aware of this. God, you didn't think that I didn't know at least something was going on. I have many spies, you are just some of them, but not for much longer, thankfully.
Well, perhaps if you'd shared more information with us, we could have done more with that information.
You were given very clear instructions. You were to be discreet, you were to find out information, you were not to act on that, you were to return to me, and I would have made the appropriate decisions. But no, now instead, this is all blown up very publicly, and I have no choice. Well, that's not entirely true. I have exactly 2 choices. One of which is what I should do and execute you here and now on trials of murder, which I have more than enough evidence to convict you on.
Well. I mean, what crime was committed, really?
Oh, please. You turn up with the possessions of a diplomat from the fleet, including personal items that he would no doubt not have parted with voluntarily. That's more than circumstantial.
Did any of this take place within the realm?
It does not matter. He was a diplomat, and if you've killed him, you came through that gate.
Magister Fu, I have an idea. Publicly denounce us, and then you have a collection of spies who are in great disregard, and people will not suspect us working for you in any range from this point onwards, for good reason. It may offer us some more options.
Even if I were to do that, A, nobody would believe it, and B, I don't want anyone as incompetent as you on my books, especially ones who won't follow orders. No. I'm instead going to do what I think to be the better course of option of my choices here, and I'm going to hand you over to the fleeters. Now, This probably works out for you as well, because they're nothing if not pragmatic. I doubt they'll want your heads, but you won't be my problem anymore, and that's all I care about.
You...
I would be quiet if I were you. This is the way that you get out of here still breathing. At least until you reach Taozhou.
Okay.
Taizhou, even. That's the correct pronunciation. But he kind of shakes his head. And I've had a look through that bag of yours, as no doubt did the commander of the gate. You know, smuggling dragon scale is penalty with death as well, so I could have you executed on 2 different charges here.
We were bringing it to you.
It's evidence that we were returning.
He shakes his head. Unbelievable. Did I not tell you plausible deniability was the name of this game? You've been as brazen as anyone could possibly be. There's no way I was ever going to stand by these charges. Anyway. This will get you out of my hair and hopefully allow you to keep yours, and you may possibly learn from your mistakes, but I'll leave that up to you. He kind of dismissively kind of clicks his fingers, and a series of guards kind of come back and return. You'll be transferred over to the Fleet of Fog. They have a representative. I believe you'll be taken back to their headquarters. They have an embassy in Taizhou. When you get there, do what you like, because I'm sure they'll have something for you if they do intend to keep you alive. He gestures at the guards. Now get them out of my sight.
Our belongings?
Forfeit. I'm not having any word of this get out further than it already has. He kind of waves, and the guards, they escort you from the premises and kind of back into your holding cell.
Before we are escorted, I'm going to call out and be like, amongst the amongst the confiscated goods, you may notice a large gem we acquired from a tomb. I believe it would make an excellent paperweight for someone as prestigious as you are, sir.
He kind of looks at you quizzically a little bit, but doesn't seem to give it too much thought.
As an apology for our mistakes. It would be
You
much
are
better
then,
with you than locked away in some archive somewhere.
He doesn't seem to respond to this, Epicos, so you'll have to just let your imagination run wild on that one.
Worth a try.
But yes, you guys are kind of escorted back to your holding cell. So the next day, a kind of group of guards, again in quite large number, they come and collect you from these cells and kind of march you down towards the kind of the gates of the city, where you can see a number of kind of what look to be, I would say, prisoner transport. They are more essentially cages on the back of wagons await, and you can see that the elf Kelbalar is there with his guards. Justice always finds a way. Is that not how the saying goes?
You can be sure of it.
Yeah,
He's-
just
I'll lean into the others like, I don't think we're making it to Taijao alive.
no.
I don't think all of us are making it to Taijao alive. We will see who is there when we get there.
So you guys are kind of herded into the back of this, these prisoner transport wagons. They're quite basic, not going to be particularly comfortable. But the gates are kind of locked behind you, and you can actually see Kelbalar seems to go and put some sort of enchantment on those locks.
God.
I'll
Hey Elias, I was gonna say, hey Elias, do you have like a counter spell or something?
not as such. Can I? Well, I guess after he's finished casting it, can I examine it and see if I can determine what he's done?
Roll me an Arcana, please. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. Sorry, just almost flushed the chat. So, you can see that he has cast Arcane Lock on those.
Right. I'll bird's look at Lee May, I guess. Are we in separate cages as well?
So there are 3 cages you guys are kind of split between.
I'll turn to Lee May and say, no, I can't get out of this.
Fuck. Match the old-fashioned way then. Not yet though.
Bending the bars?
Well, we do have a bear barbarian.
A barbarian.
Barbarian.
He has to be pretty pissed off. Plus, if we're sharing cages, I wouldn't want to be the one inside the cage with him. Wait, am I in the cage with White Knight?
Yeah, I was gonna say, who's in cages with who? Because that might change the course of action quite drastically.
Okay, so Elias, you've been bundled in with Lee May. Wide Eye is in there with you, Yinfu.
Yep.
And then Juan is with Epicos. Was Juan, sorry.
Quite a tight fit in that cage, probably.
Jesus, okay, never mind. Yinfu, okay.
It might be worth it though.
Mm.
The good old vicious mockery. No, I dress.
No.
Unless we have to.
So, along with Kelvalar. Well, I keep wanting to say Valor, but it's not Valar.
So I'll spell it for you if you like. So Kelbalar.
That's how I spelt it.
I spelt it like dyslexic spelling Kevlar.
So how many other guards and other prisoners coming with us, or is it just
No, it appears just to be you guys, and from the looks of it, you guys are the reason why these carts have been hired by Kalbalar. Clearly, what you imagine to be, if it's a journey all the way to the coast, probably quite substantial expense.
Have I been allowed to keep my wagon?
No, you have not been allowed to keep your wagon.
Shit.
That's
And it's all.
Actually, they've fitted a cage to your wagon, and you're currently in it.
What items do we actually have on us then?
Oh, actually, to that effect, is Kelvar carrying the bag of holding by any chance?
So, your belongings, Kelblar is not carrying the bag of holding. That has remained with Magistrate Thu as evidence. So all the items in there are in his possession.
Well, that's not
the rest of your gear, like the martial weapons, that kind of thing, have been kind of kept in one of the baggage wagons. So they're not on your person, but they are traveling with you essentially.
Okay. Well, I had a lot of stuff in that bag of holding. All of our money, the flame glaive, tombstone crystal, the dragon scale, obviously, the pouch of over 100 gold, the sending stone bracelet thing. Also, all of my personal stuff, so my quarterstaff with ink, penknife, quill, a torch.
Good old, don't put all of your shit in one bag.
Yeah, I did not put my spell book in there because I thought I should keep hold of that on my person. So that's one thing that wasn't in there.
Bless you, thank your lucky stars that you had that particular bit of foresight.
Although I guess that, with our other stuff.
Okay, so with
do you want to
the
take
locks,
that bag of holding out of my inventory?
Yes, I will.
Violent noises.
One moment, let me quickly do that while I think about it.
Oh.
Oh, I think that's just
it's removed the bag of holding, but then dumped everything into my normal.
Hey, well, I'm gonna keep those. I'll keep them in the items just because that means I don't have to.
That tombstone crystal weighed 22 pounds.
I hope he uses it as a paperweight.
I mean, actually, you know what? That's why we failed.
That is why we failed.
That's why we got caught, because we were cursed. It was no one's fault. Well, we stole the crystal in the first place, but it was no one's fault.
We also took his stuff. We shouldn't have taken his stuff.
I mean, it was some pretty cool stuff.
It was, but we should have just taken the fucking...
Should have buried it in the desert halfway back, then no one would have found it.
Yeah.
So you guys can deliberate on things you could have done differently, but it doesn't really get you anywhere being trapped in these cages. So you try the locks a little bit, but these are secured both physically and magically by the looks of things. So with a kind of gesture to his guards, Kalbalar starts you off on your journey east. Now, the next month passes very much like this for you guys as you kind of venture eastwards through the kind of more civilized areas in the realm. You are given very little in the way of rations. You're barely kept above kind of starvation calories at this point, and the cages do not offer all too much protection from the weather or the elements, or when you're near to cities and towns, the curious and sometimes hostile citizens. So I need everybody to roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay, bear with me a second. Constitution save.
Natural 20.
God, where is it?
Okay, so
Bear with me a moment.
so Alaris, you are going to be fine. Yinfu, the trials and tribulations of such harsh treatment don't go down too well for you, I'm afraid. You are going to suffer from 3 levels of exhaustion from your maltreatment. Wide-Eye, you are going to suffer from 1, as are you, Limei. And Epicos, I'm afraid you are going to suffer from 2 levels of exhaustion there. As the effects of exposure and starvation begin to kind of just test your endurance there.
I've had Lynn fetching like small tidbits of food for me while we've been traveling.
So yes, managing to sustain yourself on the occasional field vol, you fare a little better than the others. But yes, the cart kind of pulls in, or the carts, I should say, sorry, pull in to the kind of the outskirts of the city of Chiangdai, where you guys are kind of taking a stopover. And as has been common in the larger cities, as you've kind of been traveling east, the citizenry, the culture in the empire is such that lawbreakers are held in very, very poor regard, seen to be kind of committing crimes against the wider community rather than just the offended parties, and as such the citizens are quite keen to pelt you guys with things that come to hand, rotten vegetables, small pebbles, the like. Epicos, can you please roll me a dex saving throw?
That's a 9.
Okay, so Epicos, you kind of get pelted by what appears to be a small stone. Although as it kind of falls to the floor in your cage, you notice it actually has a piece of parchment tied to it. Is Chris away, is he?
He is, yes.
Right, okay.
He's on the toilet, so he may be a moment.
Did I say Epicos? I meant Yinfu. You've had a piece of paper wrapped stone thrown at you.
Oh my gosh! How about that?
Off Epicos and landed in Yinfu's cage.
Oh,
Silly horse.
So, kind of unraveling it, you see a kind of a handwritten message in common tied to it. It just reads, "We can help," and then just a picture of what appears to be a cart's wheel, and then kind of signed off just simply "a concerned brother."
wait. Oh, they're not saying shit. I can't.
I'm gonna read this, show it to Wide-Eye, and then start like trying to subtly hand it between the cages so everybody can see it.
Okay, so you kind of hand this around between the cages until everybody's had a chance to kind of read this little note.
Is the cartwheel like a sign of someone?
Roll me a religion.
Religion. Oh, pretty good at that.
Yes, it is. It is the kind of telltale or the calling card, if you will, of the cult of Sun. Or well, they call themselves the Brotherhood of Sun. They're a up-and-coming religious order, largely deemed a cult by the sect of the Worm. Quite ruthlessly sought after by the powers that be in the realm.
Does this look at all reminiscent of the roadside shrine?
Well, you're not sure. You never did investigate that fully.
Fuck.
Yeah, we didn't want to
And that
peel
was
it off.
kind of dedicated, at least at the face of it, to the sect of the Worms.
It could have been like another shrine that was written over with the sect of the worm, but we never peeled it off to see what was underneath. Well, suppose we should try and be ready for something.
I do not trust these cult of the sun.
They may be able to help us, though. And at the moment, we're not. We're basically going to our deaths anyway.
Yeah, some help from anyone at this point would be useful.
I will see. It may involve going back on my religious beliefs. I draw a fair amount of my power from my pledge to Chao Feng. So going back on that could leave me significantly more powerless to assist.
Well, let's just see what they have to say. If they choose to help us, that's not us swearing allegiance to them. We'll just see how it goes.
I suppose.
And do we need a signal for them to help us, or do you think they just will?
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Okay, so the crowd are eventually dispersed by the guards after they've had their fun. Obviously, the night draws in a little bit. A couple of the guards, strike up campfires, that kind of thing. A few more visit the town. Doesn't seem they're expecting too much of any trouble. But yes, the kind of smell of food cooking at these campfires starts to send, kind of further hunger pangs.
Can I also? We've been traveling for a really long time, didn't you say, like a month?
A month, give or take.
Can I retcon that while Wide Eye and I have been stuck in this cage together, I've been trying to at least teach him Sylvan, so we've got a common language?
Okay, sure. But Wide Eye, can you roll me an intelligence saving throw, please?
Oh god.
Wide Eye, you're at
Talking.
your wits. Oh, sorry. We've not been hearing. You are at your wits' end, as for a month this goat has been bleating at you almost non-stop. And you're getting hungry enough. You're getting hungry enough that you're starting to consider a few things.
Oh god.
Every so often, you'll just occasionally hear Wide Eye do like a low bear growl.
Oh my god.
It'll keep me quiet for like a day or so, something like that. Not permanently. I definitely won't stop permanently, but yeah, keep on kind of coming back to it. The growl happens, temporarily stop ad nauseum.
Yeah,
And then
so
at the end of the month, Wide Eye will finally cast Speak with Animals and be like, "What? What do you want, goat?"
I was trying to teach you Sylvan so we could at least speak to each other.
Like, that's what this spell is for. So I can speak to animals.
Oi.
Okay.
so Yinfu, that I think it's safe to say probably not quite as effective as you'd hoped for with your language lessons.
I apparently am not a teacher.
I don't think it helps that Wide Eye isn't a particularly willing student either. But obviously, with Yinfu not being particularly predisposed towards silence, I suspect that this might not be the end you'll hear Wide Eye, especially if your travels persist.
From this point onwards, I'm going to take to singing nursery rhymes to him in Sylvan and see if that's a better approach.
Okay.
I've fully latched onto the fact that this dude is sometimes a bear, and Sylvan is the obvious choice for us to speak together if common isn't going to work.
Oh my god.
All right. So, yeah, Wide Eye, this continues a little bit, changing now into more musical bleating, I guess. But no, as kind of darkness falls, a few of the campfires start to go out, as obviously they're not being tended. A lot of these guards have kind of turned in for the night. They've already pitched their tents. So you guys, obviously by now the exhaustion is pretty much in your bones for most of you. Obviously, Elias, you're doing better than the rest. But you hear a slight rustling, Elias. And as you kind of look up from the kind of floor of your cage, you can see a kind of quite a stout figure dressed in black, kind of sneaking up towards the cages. He very carefully picks his way between the tents and kind of sticking to the shadows where possible. Kind of makes his way over to kind of the first wagon, which is where you're in.
I'll sort of sit up and take a look to see if any of the others have spotted.
He gestures for you to be silent, and you watch as he kind of starts to fiddle a little bit with this lock. In fact, roll me an Arcana, please. That one. Okay. It is too dark for you to really see what's going on, but whatever he does seems to work. Because after a moment's kind of fiddling, he then takes a series of tools similar to ones you've seen Zwan use, and he picks open the lock to your cage.
What are you doing?
Now, painfully
17,
slowly, he
29,
kind of eases the
30,
door
30
open
black
to
and
avoid
only
any kind of
29
creaks
white.
or
Looks like you're black
other
with white
telltale
stripes after all.
signs.
Dilemma solved. Good night.
And he gestures again for you guys to be silent, and he moves on to the next and proceeds to kind of do the same thing with the remaining two.
You see, Maurice,
Remaining
Mr.
two
Alex was
prison
grooming his
cells.
friend. He is clearly a
So
tender,
by now, you guys
loving
are
thing.
kind of
How can
able
you
to
help the
leave your
heebie-jeebies?
confinement. And for the first time in a month, particularly for Epicos and Wide Eyes, the taller members of the party, you're able to kind of properly stretch your legs for a little bit. However, you are now kind of surrounded by quite a few kind of tents full of guards, either asleep or probably not far off.
Do we know where our belongings were being kept?
So your belongings are being kept a little further ahead in one of the wagons, where there's a kind of a crate, which you saw them go into.
Is this person making any gestures to us?
Yeah, so he's beckoning you to follow him, kind of back towards the way that he came, which is in the opposite direction to the wagon with your belongings.
I'm gonna sort of gesture back like a thrusting spear motion and then like a slashing sword motion and kind of point towards where the chest is.
He kind of shakes his head and kind of moves his hand in a way to kind of say no, and once more kind of gestures for you to follow him.
I'm going to follow him.
Yep.
Yes. I'll also follow.
Wide Eyes kind of like muttering to himself, like, I really did like that axe. As he follows.
Okay, so painfully perhaps, but you guys leave behind, your weaponry, and you follow this mysterious figure, kind of very, very careful to step in his footsteps and to kind of follow the path he's taking. But luckily for you, it turns out that he's chosen a good route, and you managed to get out of there without alerting anybody. However, he kind of keeps going a little bit further before kind of mentioning anything to you, and he's actually kind of you can see hurrying you guys towards what appear to be the outskirts of a quite large wood. In fact, this seems to be quite a deep forest from the looks of things. Has that pulled you guys over?
Now that we are away, do you mind telling us who you
It's
are?
raining outside. Sorry, it's the music.
Yes, there's a kind of a light rain going on, which did kind of help your escape a little bit, muffling a few of the sounds. So yes, as you kind of get a little further into the tree line, your mysterious rescuer kind of pauses for a little bit, and then eventually kind of relents a little bit. Good, we are out of earshot of them. He kind of lowers his hood, and you can kind of see a fairly young chap. You'd probably guess that he's, maybe early 20s. But he's got quite a nasty brand on his right cheek. You can kind of see that the brand is kind of in a letter T shape.
Did you say
My name
T?
is
Oh.
T, is in Thief Tango. Oh, well, whatever the Chinese equivalent of that would be, I don't really not bothering at this point.
Does it look like the P of a pirate?
No, T for Tango, not P.
T for Tango. I thought you said P. Oh, so excited.
T for Tango.
T for Tango. Okay, cool. Got so excited.
My name is Qiang Zhang. Pleased to meet you.
How do we spell that?
Okay, so that is going to be Qiang.
Yep.
And separate words, Zheng.
We thank
He,
you for the rescue, but do you mind telling us who you are and who is interested in us?
He kind of nods a bit. It's understandable you have questions. I'll do what I can to answer them, but I think you would be better speaking to our leader. In the meantime, who we are, you might have heard of us, no doubt, I'm sure negatively, but I'm a member of the Brotherhood of Sun. As for why we're helping you, well, 2 reasons really. 1, I don't like to see people locked in cages, and 2, if a realm deems you this important to escort with such a large guard, then we're going to do what we can to disrupt them. And that just so means that you discern you your freedom.
And how do you know that we aren't just insane murderers?
I don't. Not really, but you don't seem like it.
Were you aware?
I'll look at wide eye out the corner of my eye. Like,
Were you aware before you freed us that I am a paladin of Chao Feng?
He shrugs. No, it doesn't make much difference to me.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
so, what exactly is your plan in releasing us?
As far as I'm concerned, I've done my job. You're free to go if you like.
Really, that's
What?
it. You didn't want to try and recruit us or ask us to do anything in return?
He shrugs his shoulders. Well, if you were to feel that such a favour would be earned, then I'm sure that my commander could put you to good use, but no. No, if you were just under escort from a group of 30 soldiers on behalf of a realm, then you must have been important to them. If you're important to them, that means that by disrupting this, my mission here is done.
Thank you, then.
Wow.
That's a level of generosity not many of us have seen before.
Not for a
I
long
do
time.
not like what I have heard about the Brotherhood of the Sun. But they
Ah.
have freed us. And I
Well,
do
I
believe
imagine-
it is only fair we give our thanks to your leader.
Hmm.
I imagine, no doubt, you've heard that from official sources. Whatever
Correct.
it was you did hear about us.
Well, don't really have anywhere to go, so I assume this leader of yours is somewhere safe that we could lay low for a while we figure things out.
Yes, we've got ourselves a camp within these woods. Should be a chance for you to get some food, some rest, and perhaps some answers.
That's
And
really
then,
generous.
if you like the sound of our offers, then I'm sure we can progress with that. If not, as I said, you are free to depart on your own decisions.
I think we should follow you then, and then make our decision while being in your camp. I guess we do need sleep and rest and food. We're pretty tired.
It would be rude not to.
Indeed.
Okay, so you guys follow Kang a little further into this forest. It gets quite dense quite quickly, you notice. And interspersed amongst it, you can kind of see large, towering, kind of rocky pillars, which are quite an interesting rock formation and one you've not really seen kind of further west. He doesn't really, kind of give too much attention to it himself, obviously quite familiar with these woods, but he notices that you guys are kind of paying attention. They're interesting, aren't they? These rocky outcrops. I'm told it's due to, well, a bit of a creation myth, really, but if you believe the old stories, this was where the giants fought the dragons, and this is the outcome of the damage. But I can assure you there's neither of those here anymore.
What do you believe that neither of them exist anymore, or just here in the area?
Well, I believe in what I can see, and I've not seen any yet, and I don't know anybody else who has.
Well, we have.
He raises an eyebrow at that. Oh, really? Giants or dragons?
Dragon.
You'll have to tell me that story a little later. But first, let's make sure we get there in one piece, eh?
Good idea.
So he leads you further on until, after a couple of hours, he kind of gets to the base of one of these kind of large pillars of rock, and he kind of pushes aside a very thick kind of growth of quite dense bushes to reveal what appears to be a kind of like a tunnel entrance. So he descends into that and gestures for you to follow. And as you kind of go down into the darkness, he kind of takes a torch from his pouch and lights that, kind of revealing a winding path a little further down into the earth. But after about, you'd probably guess about maybe 20, 30 feet, he comes to what appears to be a kind of a large shaft going up into this pillar of rock. And you can see that there is a ladder kind of positioned there for access. Right, so we're going to need to climb here. He looks towards you, Epicos. Don't worry, I'll get them to lower the supply elevator. He kind of gives a whistle, and comes from somewhere up above what appears to be kind of a large cargo net on a winch system is lowered down. It's not going to be probably the most dignified way of getting up there, Epicos, but it will probably be more so than the ladder.
Thank you. Once upon a time, I could have climbed this with just my arms, but the month's travel has not been kind to me.
Okay, so as you're lifted up and as the others you follow carrying up the ladder, you kind of go past several floors of what have clearly been carved out caves in this rock formation. And it's filled with activity of all sorts. You can kind of see, there are kind of armories by the looks of it, full of weapons and supply rooms, but also living quarters. You can see that there are a number of, kind of women, children, kind of families in here, along with, your more fighting age men. But you can kind of see it's quite a diverse bunch for people from different kind of races, all kind of living here amongst each other. But you kind of get to the top floor, and a kind of a large space is set aside, and there are a few kind of tables and other bits of furniture which seem to be, kind of full of scrolls and other books, things like that. One of which has kind of a large map. Stood over that map is a kind of short but quite stocky individual. You notice a dwarf in fact. He gestures. The dwarf kind of looks up for a moment from his map. Ah, back already, Kang. That was fast. And I see you've brought some new friends. He kind of walks over towards you guys and kind of offers his hand to you. The name's Tangong. Pleasure to meet you.
Likewise, I think.
I go to shake his hand and say, "Nice to meet you too," but in Dwarvish.
Ooh.
He kind of raises his eyebrows and kind of gives a kind of a hearty laugh. Ha! You're a bit bigger than the folk I usually talk this tongue with. How do you know my kin's words?
I've travelled a lot, and a couple of my, crew were dwarves, and yeah, they taught me their language.
Well, I'll have to practice with you. Mine's getting a bit rusty here.
Oh, I'd love to.
Good, good. Well,
Wide Eye's just going to like turn to what's her face? Sorry, Lee. Lee May. I was going to call you Yinfu because that just like was the first thing that came to head. Turns to Lee May, and in Dwarvish is going to be like, I didn't realize you spoke Dwarvish.
Yes, I do.
Who of you now? Excellent. Well, anyway, come friends. I know it's been a rainy evening, and we can get you sat down and warmed up. And he kind of looks to Kang. What's the time again, lad? Well, it's early morning by this point. Well, might be a few hours till we can get you fed, but we will.
Just being able to stretch our legs is very welcome.
Yeah.
Certainly for some of us, and I'm going to gesture at the tall fellas.
So he kind of looks you guys up and down. So tell me, how did you lot manage to piss off the magistrates enough that you were given such a extensive armed guard? That must have taken some doing.
It did.
Wide Eye's just going to look at Elias and just like point at him and be like, I blame this one.
There was a bit of an altercation with the Fleet of Fog and a diplomat, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Allegedly?
Oh, yeah, that'd do it. They're a shifty bunch, them fleeters, but they know how to weave their silvery words into the tongues of the magistrates. Sorry, not the tongues, the ears of the magistrates.
That's a very different kind of weaving.
Very, very different context there. That's an
That
interesting
explains a
take on
lot, though.
diplomacy. Yeah.
It would explain a lot.
Yinfu hears this and is nodding sagely, like she suddenly understands a lot more.
Yes, no, I very, very obviously meant the ears of the magistrates. Let's please look on from that. And we'll forget that was said. But
We absolutely won't.
yes, the dwarf guard takes this information in, nods kind of his head there. Well, an enemy of the realm is a friend of ours. You're welcome to stay and get some food.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you for saving us. Yeah, thank you.
What about the realm is it that you do not like?
Where to start? The corruption, the injustice, the fact that no matter how hard you can try, you'll never climb that ladder. There's a lot of reasons why people come and join us.
You say that, but I was captured, I grew up a slave, and I am now, I
Free
suppose
man?
I'm no longer a free man.
Yeah, I was about to say that because you're not.
He looks you up and down. Let me guess, fighter.
Yes.
Well, that means, what was it? Is it 10 these days you've got to fight and win?
Yes, and I did until, the recent altercation.
Well, for every man with your story, there are 9 more that have died.
Then they should have fought better.
He shakes his head at that. But anyway, it's safe to say that there are a lot of us with a lot of different reasons that we no longer wish to participate in the realm's everyday life, shall we say. But anyway,
Us being here
that's
won't
another-
cause problems for you, will it? I imagine the guards will probably do some amount of looking for us.
they've been doing some amount of looking for us for a good deal longer than they've been looking for you. They've yet
Okay.
to find us.
Glad to hear it.
Now,
We don't-
anyway, get your strength back. We can talk in the future. But for now, just make yourselves at home. Should be some warm, dry spots somewhere for you to get some kip.
Yeah. I'll
Thank
take
you.
wherever.
Okay, so kind of dismissed almost by that. Kang shows you down to a kind of a level which clearly is kind of more focused towards living spaces, and shows you to a kind of an area in the back which you can see doesn't have any personal possessions in. He kind of gestures for you. Now we'll get you a few bedrolls, and if you can wait a couple of hours, we'll get you fed with some breakfast as well. We've got some very good cooks here. I'm sure you'll not go hungry.
Thank you again.
At this point, I think most of us would take whatever you'll give us.
Yeah.
He nods. All right. Well, I'll see you a bit later, but rest well.
Many thanks.
All right. So you guys are kind of provided with some bedrolls and left to your own devices a little bit.
Yeah, first order of business I think is to get a frickin' sleep.
Yeah. And eat some food.
Okay, so you guys get your heads down as best you can, which, as it happens, doesn't take that much effort for a lot of you. So you'll get a chance for a long rest, which will remove a single level of exhaustion. And obviously every subsequent long rest will do the same, but for the time being, it'll just be for one.
As a heads up as well, you will need to manually remove the exhaustion. A long rest doesn't do it automatically, just for everyone else.
Okay.
Jeez.
So as you guys kind of wake up in the morning, you can kind of smell the telltale smoke of cooking fires kind of wafting up the shaft. Not particularly strong, you imagine, but they probably don't have too many fires burning inside the structure, but clearly somewhere somebody is doing some cooking. Before too long, a large pot of stew is brought up to you. You can kind of see that it appears to be mostly vegetables, but there's some kind of game in there somewhere, quite stringy meat, but obviously it's warm and it's nutritious, and it's much better than you've had for a long time.
Given the last time I had a meal with mystery meat in it, I am going to make sure I give that to somebody else.
Right,
the
okay.
meat. I'll take the meat.
So, enthusiastically, Lee May volunteers to take your the meat from your stew there, and gives you a couple of extra potatoes in exchange. But suffice it to say, the meals are hearty and they hit the spot. Now, obviously, I know a couple of you are still going to have some levels of exhaustion, so what you do with yourselves today is very much up to you. Because technically, a long rest is 8 hours, so if you were to spend the day just essentially doing sweet fuck all, I would allow that to count just as much as a night's sleep for that purpose.
I'm going to spend some time walking around, talking to people, sort of understanding a bit more about their motives and history and things like that. But yes, otherwise, having a fairly low-key day.
Yeah, sure. So you kind of have a look around Epicos, make a few introductions. And it seems that as Tangong was kind of telling you, the motivations of these people kind of differs wildly, depending on personal circumstances. You meet a woman who is here because her husband was kind of basically kind of flogged to within an inch of his life for dishonouring a magistrate, and then promptly died of the infection shortly after. And she's kind of hated the authorities ever since. Another chap, he was essentially put out of business, and his life's work essentially brought to ruin due to the lack of a renewed permit because he refused to pay a bribe. Others still, they just they feel that they have no real path to kind of social betterment within the confines of the realm. The common theme essentially seems to be that they want a bit of change.
Epicos thinks on this over the rest of his rest. Goes against a fair amount of what he's known, but a lot of it isn't untruthful.
Anybody else have anything they would like to be doing during this period?
I would like to just get myself sat somewhere where I can kind of people watch, but basically spend the day resting.
Sure. So you kind of get yourself settled in and start to watch. And you can kind of see that the goings on here aren't too dissimilar to what you might find potentially in a rural village somewhere. You've got a lot of people kind of making and mending various bits of equipment and items. You've got people who are preparing the next batch of ingredients, presumably for the evening meal.
Does it feel a little bit like being home for me?
Probably. A lot of the similarities between your village and here are quite common. The self-sufficiency, the living off the land, definitely seems evident here.
Mm-hmm.
You can see, there are a few kids running around and a very kind of exasperated woman trying to corral them back down into wherever it was they're supposed to be. Nothing that you would necessarily find cause for concern, if that makes sense.
Yeah, nothing anomalous, nothing noteworthy. Cool.
I'm gonna ask around to see if there's any beer brewers, because Lee May has not had a drink in a very long time.
So, Lee May, you unfortunately don't find anybody who's brewing beer here. As they don't really have the access to the kind of quantities of barley they would need. You do, however, find somebody who appears to be distilling what you can only describe as gut rot from kind of a sack of what you imagine to be potatoes that are looking like they may be close to out of date, to the point where you wouldn't use them in a stew, but clearly would serve the brewer's purpose quite well here.
Okay. She'll think on that, because she knows a bit about maybe making some drinks, because... Yeah. I'll think on that. But I'll go back and join the others, just to discuss the next step, if there is one, or if people just want to stay here a while.
Alright, so you can't return and find the group for perhaps a discussion on what happens next for you all.
So what do you think, guys?
I'm
you
guessing
think- Oh, sorry. Go. You go first.
I'm guessing we have basically no gold, none of our weapons, none of our armor, etc. either, do we?
No, you've pretty much got the clothes on your back at this point.
Oh shit! I don't have my spell book then, do I?
No, that would have been within your possessions.
I think as a wizard you can redo one.
Yeah, but it costs gold
Eh,
to do it. And a lot of time.
yeah. Given we have nothing, yeah, I am not the largest fan of these people, but they have given us food, they have given us shelter, they have given us freedom. We are not forced to stay here. And my perception of them is definitely beginning to change. I believe it is only honorable if we see if we can repay this favor in some way. Otherwise, we will go out into the world with no possessions, no finances, and all have to start from zero again. At least here we may be starting from zero with a support network.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's they just seem like they've had an escape here, and it feels like we need that at the moment. Seeing as we tried to do what the magistrates told us to, and it completely backfired in our face. So
All of us have now been slighted by the Empire on more than one occasion, and while I'm not necessarily calling for revolution, nothing as extreme as that, it's maybe worthwhile us exploring other groups within the realm rather than just the magistrates. It is clear that they are putting hurdles in our way and do not want us to succeed.
I've never really been a fan of magistrates anyway. The only thing I was there for really was the money.
Well, I was looking forward to a long and illustrious career in the Brotherhood of Jade Pagoda, but that ship sailed. And, well, can't ever go home again because I'll probably be executed.
I have no inclination to go back to the realm and integrate again. I don't see it ending well. For now, I think us staying here trying to repay and set ourselves up while we figure out where we go is probably sensible. I suspect that Elf will also not forget about us in a hurry.
Oh no. His, we've disrupted their business, I suppose, and killed his friend. Revealed himself to people I'm sure he probably wanted to stay away from. Although, to be honest, I'm not sure I really want to go after these people. As much as I don't love the realm or these fleet people, do we really want to make it a bigger problem for ourselves?
I am not saying that we have to fully throw our lot in with them. Quite the contrary, but it's maybe kind of us to try and repay the freedom that they have given us. We are currently wanted fugitives either way, either we leave, go to a village, someone reports us, and we are straight back in chains, or at this point, more likely not executed for escaping, or we stay here, regroup, have a think about what to do, but at least we can be getting gear for it. For example, I know we have lost weapons, we have lost armor, I believe you've lost your spell book. That we currently have nothing. And at least here, in the short term, we will see how things go, but at least in the short term, I think this is our best bet to not immediately get executed, which I am strongly in favor of.
Yes, not being dead. That is very much that's one for the pro column, as they would say.
And I would rather not being dead and having access to a nice warm bed rather than not being dead and having to sleep underneath a tree or in a ditch.
Run a boat.
I think we should at least help them with food and maybe helping them build the village further or something. I think we should repay them in that way. If they want us to hunt down magistrates or whatever, I don't think we should get involved for a bit. But helping them with their settlement, etc., I'd be happy to do that.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. No argument for me.
Could someone relay my message to Wide-Eye, please?
I
Yeah,
do
so
endure
look at
this.
Wide Eye.
I do endure this. For funsies.
It's just like got a bit of a cough there, Elias.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, I'm all in favour for paying back what they've done to us. But I'm also all in favour for smashing the heads of a magistrate or two, so it's whatever we decide on.
Yeah.
And I've been muted, never mind. So you guys managed to kind of, have your discussion whilst you guys rest a little bit. So as the evening draws in, that'll be another kind of 8 hours, so another point of exhaustion gone. Obviously, you kind of sat here at leisure in a comfortable setting, so you're able to just kind of focus on getting yourselves a bit more in shape. As the evening meal is being served, though, Tangong kind of finds you guys. Ah, there you are. A few of you starting to look a little bit better.
We appreciate you letting us have some rest. I haven't felt like myself like this in ages.
I think nothing of it. As I say, a cruelty that you've endured, I think you've earned yourself a meal or two. He kind of sits down, kind of pulls up a stool next to you. You're a fairly strange bunch, if you don't mind me saying. Looks like you've got a story or two to tell.
Oh, do we have a story to tell? And Epicos will, only slightly exaggerated, give the tale of, like, basically his entire life. From him being, like a child out in the waste, and then being captured, and then being a gladiator, and then his 10 win streak, and then the Fuwu, and these guys then get involved in the story and explain everything that's happened without giving too much away in terms of like confidential state secrets, but the overwhelming, overarching sort of idea of what's been going on.
The dragon. Don't forget the dragon.
Yes. Oh, don't you worry. Both dragons, the one that he saw at night and the one that you guys apparently saw.
So he occasionally kind of interrupts to maybe ask for a few more details here and there. Nothing too sensitive, but just a few names here and there. But he's kind of nodding along as you tell this story. Wow, that's a hell of an ordeal to be put through, especially as just puppets as well. Don't think I'd put myself at risk of dragon attack on my own volition, let alone on anyone else's.
Well, the dragon was probably the least expected part of that particular job, but yeah.
Well, either way, it sounds like you guys are fairly competent. Well, I know we haven't known each
Magister said that we were the least competent people he'd ever met, so we appreciate that.
Oh, perhaps you're not suited to the magistrate's games of underhandedness and politicking, but no, I can see that you clearly have some resources to your names. Now, if you're looking to stay, I'm sure we could make good use of those.
We were discussing amongst ourselves, and please understand, we cannot promise our unending loyalty or lifelong commitment or anything like that. But given the kindness you have shown us, and that we are wanted fugitives in the realm, we believe it is only honorable helping you out with some tasks, at least in the short term.
And frankly, we've got nowhere better to be. We would love to help.
He's going to look really sad and he's like, I don't know how much help I can be without my axe.
Oh, don't worry, we'll find you an axe. We can put you to good use. You look like a lad who's able to cut down a good bit of lumber in a day.
Well, on the hearing that there might be an axe involved, Wide Eye's going to perk up and he's going to be like, I'm in.
Okay, cool. So he's clearly quite happy that you guys are looking to potentially stay and contribute. So for the next couple of days, you guys kind of find yourselves kind of being integrated with this makeshift little society. Wide Eye, as promised, you are given a kind of a woodcutter's axe and are set loose in the forest. Given the instructions of kind of cutting down some timber for both construction and firewood. The rest of you are kind of you guys find yourselves being kind of put to various different uses throughout the established colony here. Obviously, there's like a good deal that's kind of needs either maintenance or potentially crafting. So I think things like armor needs to be patched up potentially, or kind of weapons maintained, but also simple things like kind of people have holes in regular clothing, just any kind of everyday maintenance jobs you may find. But you can see also that these guys are kind of in the process of expanding their little hideout here. You can kind of hear the kind of clinking of pickaxes against stone. A little further up the structure, so anybody with that kind of inclination could definitely be put to good use digging away at some of the rocks. But yeah, for the next couple of days, you guys are kind of put to use doing little tasks like this, which obviously kind of earns you some gratitude from the various members of this particular branch of the Brotherhood. But on the kind of the end of the third day of this, you're found again by Tangong. Well, friends, you seem to be settling in pretty well. I've had a lot of comments coming to me of how useful you've made yourselves, and for that I thank you. There's one thing we never got enough of, and that's pairs of hands, so it's good to have a few more around here. He kind of pulls up a chair and starts kind of distributing stew from kind of a large cauldron. Now, there is perhaps more of a sensitive matter that we could do with your help with.
Oh?
He
Go on.
hands the last bowl out. It's come to our attention that the local magistrate, he's looking to move some coinage from Shanghai, and he's heading south with it. Now, we're not expecting it to be particularly well guarded. What we need, though, is a distraction. Now, I'm hoping that you might be willing to be that distraction.
Do you know if this money is intended to go to villagers and people, or is it intended to go just to other magistrates and further nobles?
From what my sources tell me, we believe that it's just due to go down as a payment to the magistrate in Jingying. But beyond that, I have no more information for his exact purposes. Our source is a little sketchy on that. But it's a regular enough occurrence that it'll be loosely escorted at best.
I'm willing to assist.
Likewise, if this is not going to be harming the people, then I see no harm in it.
I agree.
He nods. Very good. Well, our intel suggests that they'll be travelling through these woods in the next day or two. I'll have you speak to Kang. He'll be putting together the tactical side of things, but if it goes well, then this hall could potentially fund our operations for quite some time. We'll obviously make sure you get a fair cut for your efforts.
Is there any gear we could borrow? I am feeling quite naked without any armor.
Well, you can have a look in our armory. We've got a few things, but probably not quite the standards you're used to.
As long as it fits.
He kind of nods at that. Well, I'm sure we can make some adjustments. We've got, as I say, perhaps a day, maybe two. But I'll let you sort out the details with Kang. He'll make you aware of his plan. But I'll let you enjoy your meal for the time being.
Thank you.
So he gets up and he kind of leaves, making his way back to the ladder and kind of climbs up a level or two.
So, I suppose we are resorting to common banditry now. At least it is not stealing from the people, but I cannot say I fully like it, but I can understand why it is required.
I remember hearing a story about something similar to this. Told back at home. What was the name of them? Bobbin Foot? Something like that.
What?
The old steal from the rich trick. I think that's what this class is as.
Bobbin Foot. Can I roll a history to see if I've ever heard of the tale of Bobbin Foot?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
I mean, now is the perfect time to steal from the rich. He is in Turkey.
Bobbin Foot. The name rings a bell, Elias. You seem to remember him being taught as a cautionary tale. He was indeed a thief, and he managed to get himself into a good bit of trouble stealing from the wrong magistrate. Eventually being caught in his woods and kind of strung up by his ankle from a tree and beaten to death with quarterstaffs.
Yeah, let's not end up like that, I think.
I'm really confused because I've heard a different ending to that story. So I'm kind of like frowning at Elias, like, end up successful and in a castle full of riches? Bizarre.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so as you guys kind of finish your meal, Kang kind of climbs up the ladder and kind of greets you guys. I believe that Tangong has told you about our upcoming plans.
Yes.
Well, I'm here to alleviate any worries you may have. We're going to avoid any bloodshed if we can. What I need from you is a distraction, a credible one. Just enough to give us an opportunity to slip in and lighten their load a little bit.
What kind of distraction did you have in mind?
Well, ideally something very loud and something that convinces them that there may be more of us than there are of them, and it's not worth sticking around for.
I'm gonna look at Wide Eye. Yeah, we might be able to do that.
Wise Eye, the ghost is looking at you again.
Do you have a horn
Yeah.
I could borrow?
Sorry, say again, Chris. What are you after?
Do you have a horn I could borrow, like the instrument that?
Possibly. We may have a few somewhere. I wouldn't know. You'd have to speak to the quartermaster.
May help them think we have a much larger force than we actually do.
He kind of nods his head at that. Could be a good idea. Anyway, we're going to get ourselves in position by tomorrow evening. We're not sure exactly when they'll come, so we need to be ready. But we have it on good authority that they're coming through these woods, and I know exactly the path they'll use. It's really the only one suitable for carts. Not exactly the most hospitable place, this forest. But no, we'll get you equipped. We've got some gear which we've managed to acquire over the years. I'm sure we'll find something that well, hopefully fits. So he beckons for you to follow him, and you guys kind of find your way to one of his storerooms. After a while of kind of rummaging through crates, you guys are all equipped with a set of hide armor and a scimitar each.
I elect to forego mine because I don't need them.
Okay. Wide Eye, you've obviously kind of still got the woodcutter's axe that you've been using.
Yeah, equally, Wide Eye will point out that he doesn't need the armor.
Okay, so
But he will just kind of look at him and be like, look at his axe, like, do you have a bigger axe? Oh.
I'm afraid not. We don't really have much of a stockpile of weaponry at the minute. But
Damn it.
so yeah, Wide Eye, it's only going to be a much smaller axe than you're used to, I'm afraid.
You'll make do.
Is there anything I could use as a shield?
Let me see.
Wide Eye will pick up Yinfu.
Oh my god.
He has a look through before eventually just kind of settling on one of the lids of the crates. We can get one of the girls to strap this up with some leather handles. That might do.
That may be sufficient. Crispy, was I allowed to keep my emblem, or was that taken from me as well?
That would have been left on your person. It's just a personal item similar to your clothes.
And I'm guessing my chainmail is not on me, right?
No, your chainmail was removed from you. You'll now have hide armor.
Oh.
What about my spellcasting focus?
It's
a little crystal.
unlikely anybody would have realised what that was, so you'd have that on you.
Okay, cool.
All right, so kitted out as best as you can be from this kind of meager arsenal. And kind of gestures for you to follow him. And he kind of leads you back out the way you came, kind of back to the forest floor, where you can see a kind of a group of people have gathered. You can see a few of them are equipped in a similar fashion to where you are now. A couple of them seem to have bows as well, strung across their backs. Definitely not a military force, put it that way. Very much. Well, as you've kind of pointed out, Epicos, it would be quite easy to mistake them for your fairly common bandits at this point. Right, well, we'll make our way to the road and we'll get ourselves set up. We don't know when they're going to come, so I'm afraid it's going to be a bit of an all-night ordeal for us. But we'll take it in turns to keep watch.
I'm assuming we'll have also lost our last level of exhaustion. We've had enough time in the camp.
So you would have got 2 long rests worth in, so you'll lose 2 levels of exhaustion. So with that, the group of you all follow as kind of King leads you over to his chosen ambush point. And sure enough, it's fairly good terrain, to be honest. The path kind of snakes in between a series of banks. Obviously, the trees provide a good amount of cover. And, from where you guys at least from where you're standing now, you've got a pretty good view both ways down the road, which should allow you to kind of see this shipment coming before they see you. Alright, let's divide our forces. Some of us will go on one side of the road, the rest will take the other side. Now, if our friends here can cause a distraction, hopefully it'll buy the rest of us some time to sneak in and alleviate them of their worldly possessions.
So are we talking a horse and cart? Is that what we're expecting? Or?
We believe so. Yeah, perhaps a cart and a small escort, nothing too big.
Okay.
I may be able to run aside the cart and release the horses. Release or slay.
Well, we want to distract while the rest sneak in and steal. We don't want to just straight up fight them. Is that the idea?
It may be
Yes.
worth it because still releasing the horses just to prevent them getting away. Them being on foot would put them at a disadvantage, especially with the cart. We could make quite a lot of noise from inside the trees as well before actually revealing ourselves.
We could all pretend to be fighting one another.
And them.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, do you want to do that?
Fighting on the road in front of them, yeah.
Make like this
Yeah.
massive commotion that they'll have to stop.
It may be worth as well me going in preemptively, and fucking up the earth a little bit again. Although it looked like Elias did that with more success than I did.
With more subtlety.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can, I can loosen the earth a little bit, maybe. Is it still raining?
Yeah, there's still a kind of light drizzle coming down.
Okay. I could, turn the road into sludge so the cart maybe gets stuck. That could work.
Cool. Maybe a combination of things then. The churned up earth make it fairly impassable. A couple of us fighting. Maybe a couple of us in the trees, sounding like there's a lot more going on there. Out of sight. You know, let them fill in the gaps. Or, you know, just sort of in sight.
Maybe we can get them to chase us into the forest a little bit while the others sneak up into the cart.
That's actually a good idea.
Wider, you and me, I have wanted to wrestle since I first saw you. Let us see who is the stronger of us. On the road, acting as a distraction.
Okay, but don't get too upset when you lose.
I would say the same to you.
I wanted some action, but seeing as you guys want to have a little competition, I guess I'll step back. But that's okay. I would have won anyway, so it's fine.
So we need to come up with figure out what we're actually doing then. So we muddy up the ground to make it to try and get the cart stuck. While there's also a centaur and a giant man wrestling in the road, and then we start a fight with them. It's a bit confusing. I think we should probably.
I think the general idea is we cause a little bit of a spectacle, make it so they can't pass. The mud wrestling is happening, and then as they come out, maybe the rest of us can emerge from the trees, maybe try and grab something small off their person and run into the forest. If we need to have a little bit of a scrabble in the forest, that's fine.
Or oh no, we still stick with that original idea. Actually, if we can release the horse, maybe the horse goes galloping off. They chase after the horse.
And if not, we improvise? Which has always gone so well for us traditionally.
And improvising has gone better than planning for us traditionally.
Yeah, I think I've got an idea when it comes to releasing the horse. I assume we can get like a small knife off one of these guys as like a tool sort of thing. I could have the mage hand like come up out of the ground and like cut through the horse's bindings and then slap it on the ass and send it flying.
Yeah, knives aren't going to be hard to come by.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I didn't think mocking the horse was going to be particularly effective. That's a much better idea.
Yeah, no, just yelling at the horse.
Your mother was an ass.
Well, it's stuck in the mud. Yeah. So well, not mud wrestling, but wrestling.
It's mud wrestling. Let's be real.
with Wide Eye and Epicos. The cart gets bogged down. The horse gets released, gallops off. Some guards go chasing off after it, and then our guys come out and loot the wagon. Sound good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was I able to get a horn, Crispy? Because that could make a good signal for everyone.
Yeah, you managed to get a kind of a crude horn.
When this gets blown, that is the signal to rush them.
Given that you're going to be in the road wrestling with Wide Eye, would it be better if somebody else had the horn from the sides?
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it.
Just to give a little bit of an impression of more people, rather than, oh, there's two guys in the mud. Oh, one of them's just blown a horn. What sort of weird mating ritual is this?
Yeah, but then when everyone runs in from the woods...
That would be amazing fanfic. Anyway, give me
Best
the horn.
fucking not write yaoi about my bloody campaigns.
Hey, it's not yaoi. They're just acting diplomacy.
It's just a man and his horse.
Just a bit of flash fiction, don't worry.
Anyway, I will take the horn, and I will because I know my way around. That sounds really weird. I know how to use a horn. There we go.
Okay, so you guys kind of relay this plan to the others, who kind of seem to think that it could potentially work. And then you guys kind of take up your various positions. So kind of Wide Eye and Epicos, you kind of get into the middle of the rows, kind of in that anticipation. Elias, you kind of start preparing the terrain into kind of a bit of a quagmire, where the carts are likely to go. And then the rest of you kind of take up your positions, kind of hiding where you can. So Lee May, you and kind of Kang there take cover behind a log and await the convoy. So
I'll also be hiding in the trees as well for the most part.
yes, yeah, I'm kind of counting on people just generally being hidden, other than obviously the designated distractions. So a couple of hours pass, and eventually, you know, kind of the word goes up from one of the members of the Brotherhood that they've kind of seen some people approaching. Kind of a signal is passed along, and you two kind of begin to wrestle each other in the middle of the rows. As the convoy rounds a corner, you can see there is what appears to be two horse-drawn wagons, accompanied by what looked to be 5 guards and their captain. Ah, shit. There's more of them there than I thought there would be. Kang kind of whispers to you, Li Mei. Still, I think we can do this. Let's see how...
Are you sure?
If things go right, we shouldn't need to fight them anyway.
Okay.
He kind of waits now as the caravan kind of rounds the corner and starts to see Epikos and Wide-Eye, who are now in the midst of a wrestling match. So if you two would like to get on with that as you best see fit.
Yes.
I'm also,
What will be the best?
whatever it is, I'm using my.
Well, as I said, do you actually want to find out who is going to be by dice the strongest? Alright, okay, cool. So both of you, please, an athletics roll.
I'm going to use my peerless athlete channel divinity to give myself advantage.
Okay.
Motherfucker.
Not a good story if the gladiator loses.
I thought we were just doing this like men.
Yeah, I'm a man with a god
like
back
men
in
and
here.
horse. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? I have nothing to fight that.
You rolled out with advantage and got 2 18s. Okay, so Wide-Eye, in the kind of rain-slick terrain here, Epikos' 4 legs give him obviously a stable platform, and his weight advantage over you again tips the scales a little bit, so he starts to get the upper hand here. So if you could both do that again for me. Epikos, Wide-Eye is kind of putting up stiff resistance here, but your kind of earlier, kind of initial advantage is kind of carrying through here. The guards kind of come around the corner, and you can see the captain kind of stops a little bit and gestures for his men to do the same. He steps forward. What is the meaning of this? Clear the road!
Silence! You dare come between 2 men in combat?
He kind of bristles at this. You dare obstruct official roads? We're on magistrate's business! Move, man!
You dare try and obstruct our honorable jewel? Move yourself!
He is not having any of this. You will remove yourselves, or we will remove you forcefully!
At this point, I'm going to put Wide-Eye down and go, you saw how the 2 of us were fighting. We are significantly larger than all of you. Stay in your place.
The guards kind of ready their halberds. You forget yourself, commoner! Stand down!
No.
The horses! The horses! I'm gonna elbow Elias.
Well, just waiting for the right time, really. But
Now?
as everyone's weapons are bristling and everyone's looking away,
I'm panicking.
I'll start to, I'll lift Mage Hand up out of the mud and start cutting through.
Right, okay, so let me take a moment to ready this, and then we will get ourselves sorted for this upcoming event.
Oh no. I don't like the word event. That's a map, isn't it?
We've come to not like maps.
No.
Alright, I think...
Crispy's already broken her.
Hasn't even rolled a death save throw yet. That was,
No.
All right, so I believe this is ready. Let me know if there are any problems. So, everybody see everything that's going on here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, cool. The rain's still. Oh, that's so cool. The rain is still there. That's really cool. Sorry. I'm just. I like Foundry.
So, until about 2 minutes ago, I forgot that I would gain an extra spell. Can I retcon that as soon as we heard that they were like nearby, I cast Longstrider?
Yes, we can do.
Cheers, thank you. I did not put that on.
All right, so let me begin this particular combat. And can I roll NPCs? There we go. So you guys roll your initiatives fair.
Fuck.
Oh.
How did I change? I swear I changed this. Let me quickly. Every time it just fucks up your characters. But I figured out how to change it now, so just give me a moment and I'll make sure it's actually displaying your names rather than just player characters.
Is it something you need to change on the character sheet instead of just the
Well,
instance?
no, that's what got me the last time. It's not something you do on the character sheet. You actually do it from like the tokens configuration.
I thought you could
So-
then save the token to the character. Pascal knows this more than I do.
Yeah, so somewhere on the top of the character sheet, there's like prototype token, and if you go into
Yeah.
that, you should be able to save it from there, and it should link all of that data together and keep it up to date. There was a bug for a while where if you edited that, it didn't save properly, but that seems
Well,
to be fixed.
that's what seems to be happening here, unfortunately. But anyway, well, it's one for another time.
Yeah,
Okay.
worth double checking that you've got all of the updates, because they have, I think they fixed it anyway.
Sure. Okay. So the guard captain is the first to kind of act now, as he's obviously quite enraged by this. He draws his saber and he is actually going to march towards you, Epicos, as the most well, insolent, I think, is probably the word we're looking for here. So he is going to target you.
Was he? Well, I guess it's difficult terrain.
It's muddy terrain, but it's not too far, so he strides through it all. So he's going to attack you, and he's going to do it with his scimitar. He's going to do it twice. So, first one is going to hit.
Oh, ouch.
And then he's going to attack again, same target. This time, however, you kind of managed to parry it with your shield. But he kind of curses you again. Now stand aside or I'll finish you off! That's going to be his turn, although I don't know what's on guard number, whatever it is. There we go. So, Lee May, your turn.
God. The horse is loose.
Not yet.
Okay. And are all the guards looking this way?
Yeah, so for the time being, they're kind of focused on this. You can see they're kind of, a few of them are lowering their halberds, looking to kind of rush in and assist their captain.
Okay. God, I didn't want to be first. Okay, right. I'm gonna. Which ones has Cal done or doing?
Cal, which one would you be looking to do first?
Probably the. The forwardmost one probably first.
Okay.
Forward most one. Okay, I'm gonna go down here to them. Can I do that?
Yep, sure. So you can hop over that. Roll me a stealth.
Okay. God. Oh, lovely.
Lee May, you
Fantastic.
are characteristically unsocial.
Oh, fuck's sake.
So one of the guards, kind of rear as he's kind of closing in, sees you kind of skidding down the bank and kind of dashing towards the cart. It's a trap! There's more of them!
I'm gonna blow my horn.
Okay, cool. So you kind of reach down for this horn and you blow that. Obviously, kind of shattering the silence. Well, not the silence, but the previously just the noises of these two fighting. This call kind of rings out through the forest. Obviously, now immediately the guards come to full alert here. They're starting to scan around the forest.
And then I'm guessing I have a knife on me.
You do, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just gonna start cutting at the horses anyway. And then pat on them hard to just start making them run.
Okay, so you kind of make your way to this horse and you start to kind of free it from its.
Yeah, when you said cutting out the horses, I was like, the straps, right?
Yeah, the straps. Yeah.
But you kind of start to get to work on the harness. It's going to take you a little bit of time because there are a few kind of connecting points, but you get to work on that.
And that is what I'm gonna be able to do.
Okay, so one of the kind of the brotherhoods a little furthest from all of them, you can kind of see that this might be a good chance. So he's going to come down here. Not ready to scale this, but please ignore that. And he's going to start kind of having a look through the back here. He's actually going to kind of heave up a kind of a sizable chest, and he's going to kind of turn tail and then try and get this a little further away. Why is he not doing that?
Have you got the
Okay.
measure tool?
There we go. So he's got a chest in his arms, and he's kind of making for the forest. Okay, Epicos, your turn.
I think I'm going to try and just deck the guard captain.
Okay. Yep. Okay, so that's a good hit.
He takes 8 damage. I'm going to try and make it non-lethal if I can. But fundamentally, just giving him a solid smack to the face.
Okay, so you strike him pretty hard, and he kind of stumbles backwards a little bit. Kind of almost the surprise that you dared to strike him. Kind of takes him back as much as the blow itself. I'll have your head for this.
And I think that's possibly what I'm going to do. Unless I've got a... no, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself to just give myself a little bit more AC. Which means I want to do that targeting myself, not him.
No.
Has that gone on? It hasn't, but I will try and remember it. Yeah, so I've got +2 AC at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, so just as a reminder for when targeting and stuff, my AC is actually a bit higher.
Sure.
And that'll be it.
All right. So, seeing the situation unfolds, Kang follows you down there, Lee May. He kind of calls to everybody, quickly, grab what you can. Let's get out of here. He grabs a chest off the back of the first cart, and he is also going to make a dash. Well, not a dash, but he's going to use the rest of his movement to kind of get himself away, chest in hand. Okay, Wide-Eye, your turn.
Okay. One thing, just just in case, the axe that Wide Eye's currently got on him.
Yep.
I'll need obviously something in my inventory to for that specifically. If there's anything that could be added.
Hand axe is a weapon, I believe.
It is, yes. I'll give you one of those for the time being. I think I'll just need to import it quickly. There you go, hand axe in your inventory for the time being.
Just in case. But yeah. Best thing he's going to do is, he's been cooped up with a bleating goat for a long time. So there's a lot of pent-up aggression that he's not worked through. So bonus action. Wide Eye is going to rage immediately. And then what he would like to do is, because at the moment, we've been told to play nice, so he is going to do an unarmed attack. Now, I have one here, but it doesn't seem to. Wait, did that go through? Yeah, it did. Cool. Right. So, if I do an unarmed strike, 22, because it's not letting me target again. What? The captain.
Yep, that'll hit.
Okay.
Excuse me.
8 damage. that gets brilliant.
Okay, let me apply that to Captain. Moments.
But yeah, that'll be Wide Eye's turn.
Okay, so this guard, kind of seeing obviously the aggression turn towards his captain, he is going to move forward as best he can in rough terrain, and he is going to attack you there, Apicos. So one moment, let me click on that.
AC is 14 instead of 12. Still hits?
Yeah, that still hits. Not for much though.
Nice.
I will roll concentration.
It's kind of a hesitant poke more than a full-blown stab.
Uh,
Chris privately rolled some dice.
Oh.
We don't do that here.
No, let's reveal all those. I can reveal that one. I can't reveal the prompt to roll concentration. 9, I think, is a failure.
Yeah, it's a failure, I'm afraid. It's DC 10. So he prods at you, not enough to really do much damage, but enough to distract you. That's going to be the end of his turn, though. The other guard is going to come and he's going to try and kind of lance you there, Wide Eye. Which is also a hit. And also 2 damage. Okay, so yeah, again, more of an annoyance at this point for you, but obviously you've got their attention. So, Yinfu, your turn.
Cool. I'm going to move out. What distance do you get disadvantage for a ranged spell cast?
Melee range.
Okay, cool.
So within 5 feet.
Yep. Cool. I'm gonna target this dude at the back. I'm gonna cast.
Hold on. Before I say that, let me just quickly, because it's halberd. I don't know if their reach is actually 10 feet or not.
I think it might be.
Halberds are, yeah.
In which case it will be 10 feet, and those guys are probably closer than they need to be. Whoops, never mind.
If you look under where the attack is, Crispy, like in the chat, it will say action, then 10 feet, that's the range.
Yeah, there it is. So,
Cool.
yes, 10 feet then, sorry. So,
Let me retcon that
you'll need to be-
movement. I've
yep.
moved 5 foot instead.
Outside of the sally range of halberds.
Yeah, seeing the halberd sort of being prepared, pulled out, I don't want to get much closer. But yeah, this fella at the back, I'm going to attempt a vicious mockery on him. Just sort of insult him, try and distract him from the stuff that's going on up ahead. So it's a DC 13 Wisdom save.
Okay. He fails that one.
Nice. 3 damage. Oop, did not mean to do that.
Okay, there we go. So, you kind of leap out of the forest and start yelling insults, kind of taking him aback a little bit. But you've definitely got his attention there.
As part of the sort of vicious mockery and like the insults and the gesticulation, I'm gonna do like a little like butt shake in his general direction as part of that whole shenanigans. I am going to give Epikos bardic inspiration.
Okay.
So that's a d6 for him, and then I'm going to move back in this direction. So no, I'm going to measure in that direction apparently. See if I can tempt them off in the opposite way. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah, that'll do. Cool. Right, and that is my turn.
Okay, Elias, you're up.
Yeah, just recovering from the goat butt shake. So my mage hand was already in play. As an action, I can continue. I can control it to try and cut through the reins.
Okay, so because obviously it's incorporeal, it has less trouble moving around the horse, so you're able to fairly rapidly slice through the straps holding that horse in place.
Okay. And then give it a little slap on the rump and see if I can send it sort of. Well, the idea was to send it through the guards who were in front of it, but they've already kind of separated themselves.
Yep, so sure enough, the horse kind of careers through that row of guards and towards the captain and Epikos. So I'm going to need Epikos you to make me a Dex saving throw, and the captain will do one as well. Should have been guard captain. Never mind.
I will absolutely use the bardic inspiration here. Just gonna add that right away because I'm gonna need it.
Nice.
Okay, so the guard captain dives aside, Epicos, as do you. The horse kind of careers through the middle of you all, and as a result, nobody gets any chances for opportunity attacks as you're all trying to dodge this kind of moving mass of muscle. Elias, any other things you would like to do?
Yeah, I could bonus action my telekinetic. Actually, I could have probably tried to time this right. Maybe I could have pushed him into the path of the horse. But yeah, just like I'll go. Yeah. What am I actually in range of? The range on? Let me check. Within 30 feet. No, I don't think it's gonna work. No, 35. I'd have to move closer. Yeah, correct. I'll move a little bit closer. Yeah. So this the guard captain, I'll target him, try and yank him into the middle of the road.
Okay. Okay, so he fails that.
Trying
And
to
is,
get them all confused and bogged down and whatever else while the rest of these guys just get in and steal some shit.
Okay, cool. So yeah, this is all kind of getting into a bit of a brawl over here. Alas, you kind of pull a few strings and manipulate it a bit further, of disrupting the fight a little bit. All right, so next up is the guard here. So kind of hearing the noises and stuff behind him, you can kind of see that something's going on there, but you can also see his comrades here are in a bit of trouble. So he's actually going to move forward and back both of them up with his halberd. He's going to attack you, Epicos, because being slightly bigger, he sees you as more of a threat.
Yep.
However, he doesn't manage to get the blow in this time round. Your shield manages to intercept it in time. This other guard, he's actually still fairly pissed off at you, Yinfu, but he's got enough presence of mind to realise what's happening here. He's going to move himself into position to kind of try and obstruct any further access to these carts, and he's going to attack you, Lime, with his halberd.
Will he hit the horses?
He's attacking like overhead over them.
Okay. Just
Using the kind of cutting part of the blade.
to cut the horses? I'm joking. Yeah, that
Okay,
hits.
so that one hits. And that one hits pretty hard. So yeah, kind of dual-handed, like overhead swing just catches you in the shoulder as you're trying to, kind of free this horse. That's his go. And the final brother, he's going to be a little bit reluctant to get in now that this guard is there. So he's actually going to kind of hang back a little bit. Be kind of move around him. And kind of make a dash ready to try and steal something next turn. And this guard as well, he's not quite seen you, alas, you've not done too much to make yourself obvious, and you are still up top of that bank, so he's going to run in And he's also going to attack you, Lee May. So
Lovely.
you're kind of stood between him and the others, and you have a weapon on you. And that one's going to hit as well.
God. I missed my chainmail.
Only 3 damage this time. He kind of slips in the mud a little bit, and the stab goes lower than it probably otherwise would have. So the guard captain, he is going to take a moment to assess the situation. Obviously, he doesn't take kindly to being struck by you two insolent peasants. However, he can see quite quickly that his main mission here is being compromised by, the other bandits. Stay here with these two! He kind of calls to the immediate guards next to him, and he's going to attempt to move, but obviously, with it being quite rough terrain, he's going to have to actually dash to get to melee range with you, Lee May, so he can't attack you this turn. And it is now your turn to respond.
Oh, I'm so excited. Right. So there's loads of crates in the box in the wagon, right?
Yeah. So there's a good few left in there to steal.
To steal? That's not what I was thinking.
Or to throw, but
I'm going to grab one of the crates and chuck it at the captain here.
Okay, I'm going to need you to roll me an athletics, please.
That's fine.
Okay, so Lee May, these crates are very heavy, obviously full of something which is quite dense. So you managed to lift it up, which is obviously the first important stage of that. So now do you want to roll me the attack? Now it will be disadvantage because you're trying to do it in melee range as a ranged attack.
Oh, okay. Shit. Okay.
Drop it on his toe.
Drop it on his toe. Okay. What do I do? I just do a nat 20?
Improvised attack, I guess. Or yeah, I think I will just have to probably just do this as a normal dice and add your
disadvantage to it.
proficiency. So roll 2 disadvantage.
Oh god.
Okay, 7 is not going to cut it, I'm afraid. So you throw this, you kind of lift it up over your head and hurl it at him, and he manages to duck away from this quite easily. The chest kind of flies past him and kind of hits a rock at the side of a road and kind of splits open with the kind of sound of timber being shattered.
Good.
And you can see like a series of bags spill out, some of which kind of come loose, and the kind of a gleam of gold and silver starts to spill out across the side of a road as this it's clearly this treasure chest here just disgorges its contents.
Cool. And the horse next to me, is he basically just because I was cutting him for a
Yeah,
bit.
he's mostly free. He's got maybe 1 or 2 fastenings left.
Right. Would you say he's a little bit scared already?
Yeah, he's pretty nervous about
Okay.
all this.
Okay, I'm gonna scream at the horse and also then whack it. Am I able to do that?
Animal handling, please.
Oh no! Okay.
Okay, so the horse is already spooked, so it's pretty keen to go. However, it doesn't necessarily want to go into the kind of a weapon-wielding blokes it sees here, so it's actually going to attempt to scramble up or kind of leap up this. So, Elias, I'm going to need you to make me a dex saving throw, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, have we lost Cal?
Oh fuck! I was on mute.
There we go.
Yes. Let's see if this one works better than it did last time around. I will. Let me make sure. Target this guard here next to the guard captain with.
You need to roll a deck save.
Yes, please. Dex saving throw.
Oh, sorry, shit! I thought it was my turn.
No,
No, Lee May has just sent a horse kind of careering your way.
I
Oh
didn't.
wow, I really wasn't paying attention at all.
I didn't mean
Shit. Where's my deck save? No. Clicking it, and nothing's happened. Let me refresh. Save. Average.
Okay, so Elias, you kind of see this thing coming, and you manage to kind of get on your feet and scramble out of the way. However, in doing so, you kind of reveal yourself to the nearest guard, but you dodge the horse. Okay, Lee May, is that it?
I'm just thinking what the best course of action is. They can all hit me, can't they, if I run?
I can.
Okay. Oh no. Um. Mm. Shit. Yeah, I can't. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna risk it. I'm just gonna stay where I am. Stand my
Okay.
ground and just kind of yell at them like a crazy person. But yeah.
And that is an act you pull off very well as you kind of start yelling insults at these guys. All right, so first brother is going to make good his escape with the first crate. So he's out of that. Epicos, your turn.
So there is someone right in front of me. I think I'm going to try the same thing and give him a swift kick, remembering that as a centaur I can kick, which is better than punching.
Uh-huh.
So I will use my hooves attack.
Yep, that is a hit.
9 bludgeoning.
Okay, so you give him a good kick. Which seems to send him back a little bit.
And I think that's probably going to be me done. No, actually, I'm going to move down 5 feet. Just try and give Wide Eye a bit more backup. Then I'll be done.
Sure, so the last brother, he is obviously with a crate. He is going to run 2. Wide Eye.
Why does deciding whether or not we still stick with punching people?
Yeah, Wide Eye, you can see this is kind of getting to the point where it's going outside of the discussed mission parameters here.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Through his life of wandering, Wide Eye has fought many people. and kills many people. And it's gotten to the point where he just doesn't care. So everyone else is like, yeah, we'll punch him. And one else is like, nah, fuck this shit. So, why is it not showing as my? Do I still equip it?
Probably, yeah.
Equip. Yeah, that's why it's not showing. Yeah, he's definitely gonna whack out a hand axe. Is it gonna work? Hey, it's worked this time. The one is in front of him. He is just gonna be like, "We need to get this done quicker." Just go straight for him with a 21.
That is a hit, definitely. That is a good
9
hit as well.
damage. Yeah, that'll be it for this turn. Not much else I can really do.
Okay, so God here, he is going to kind of try and fight back a little bit here. Why is that targeting you? Oh, of course, yeah. Anyway, that is a hit. So he manages to get quite a good blow in there. 11 damage, you know, the kind of tip of the spear kind of jabbing into your upper humanoid torso. He's trying. You can see his guards, you know, fighting a bit more defensively now after that last blow. This one, however, he's got more pressing issues, namely wide eye, so he's going to attack you instead. Although, obviously, with your rage, he finds it difficult to do too much to you. All right, Yinfu. You can kind of see now that, you know, most of the members of Brotherhood are kind of in position to get the loot they're after and run.
Mm-hmm.
You can see, obviously, that, you know, Avkos and Wide Eye putting up a pretty good distraction effort, but now Lee May is starting to face some pretty uncomfortable odds over here.
Yeah, I don't like seeing Lee May on her own there. I'm gonna start by throwing a healing word at her. And I'm upcasting that.
All right.
So, I think if I just press the healing button, yeah, 2d4
Yep,
plus.
there you go.
Yep, cool.
2d4,
A
that's
extra
right.
health.
Do I have to add that manually?
I can do that there.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
And then I'm going to make a really bad decision because I
Oh,
haven't
no.
done that yet. I'm running straight for the captain. And as I am like literally huffing it at him, I'm going to attempt to ram him.
Okay, cool.
I think that is 1d6 plus my strength modifier. It's an unarmed attack, so I believe I can use my dex modifier instead.
Yep.
So that is plus
Hold on.
3.
You'll need to make the attack first.
Oh yeah, shit. Fuck. Tell you what, let me roll it as an unarmed attack, because I think that has all of the right stuff anyway. Where is it? There it is. Oh.
Yep, okay, so you kind of charge him, and seeing as he's not really expecting it, you manage to catch him off guard.
Nice. So let me just double check. That ram should be 1d6 plus strength modifier. Yep, cool. That should be all correct then.
Okay, so you kind of hit him fairly firmly in the abdomen with a pretty good ram, just as obviously he's kind of trying to engage Lee May here. So you catch him off balance a little bit and he staggers backwards.
Nice. That is the end of my turn.
Okay. So, Elias, you can obviously see all this unfolding now quite clearly from your vantage point here.
Yes. Right. So I'll keep it. Well, I'll carry on with what I was planning to do earlier, I guess. Just get a tracker and make sure I'm getting the right guy. Yeah. So this guy behind the guard captain, I'll target with Crown of Madness.
Okay. Which he
Okay.
fails.
Okay. So yeah, he's now charmed. Yeah. So on his turn, he like as long as there's someone within reach, which he's got a halberd, so there's technically 2 people in reach.
Mhm.
But he'll target the guard captain as with a melee attack,
Right.
and then still a bonus action. Yeah. For that.
Actually, it was the start of his turn, isn't it? Never mind.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So I'll start, I guess. So the other brothers sort of ran back down the other way, the other
Yeah, they've
direction.
kind of made their getaway in that direction.
I'll start heading off in that direction. But before I do, I'll also turn and I'll do the telekinetic job again. This time, this time against this guy.
All right.
Try and push him back, then at least Lee May.
Okay, so he manages to stand his ground, possibly due to the kind of boggy terrain he's now in.
Just cuts back to the cart as well, I guess, giving him a bit of
something to resist the impulse. Yeah.
yeah. Then yeah, that'll be it, I think.
Okay, so in that case, this card here, he is kind of seeing the way this is going. He's going to attempt to kind of focus his efforts against you there, Epicos. The idea being that better to have 1 enemy than 2 on their feet. So he's going to try and attack you. However, that fails quite miserably. He's not having much luck at this point. Okay, so this guy, I'm assuming you want him to attack the captain, but I'll just double check. Cal?
The guard
Crown
captain.
Madness.
Yeah, the guard captain.
All right. Hits. Okay, so he kind of slashes into the captain's back with that. And then he gets a wisdom saving throw, doesn't he?
Yes.
Make a wisdom save at the end of each of his turns. Okay, yep, so that was in the right order.
Yeah, it's the end of his turn.
Let me make sure the right guy's doing the saving throw. He fails that as well.
Cool.
Okay, so the last remaining brother, he grabs one of the final crates from this wagon. And he is going to dash off after the others, leaving us with this guard here, who is going to again try and Well, actually, having seen
High-speed
now
goat.
this high-speed goat, and the fact that Lime hasn't actually done all too much just yet, he's going to attack you, Yinfu. Which hits. Seven damage there. Alright, so top of a round with guard captain. He can kind of see now, obviously, that these guys are hightailing it with some of the loot, but you know, he can't really do much about that at this point. What he can do is potentially save the rest of the stuff. So he's going to kind of stay where he is, and instead he's going to try and attack you, having just obviously received a fairly big blow from yourself. So he's going to hit you twice with his or attack you twice, I should say. Sorry, with his scimitar.
Let's hope he misses.
First one he
Ooh.
does.
Oh.
Second one, not so much. Gives you a pretty good slash there. Okay, Li Mei.
Okay. What? What weapons were we given? Or did
You were
we
given a
not?
scimitar.
A scimitar. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
fuck. Okay. I thought I was just given like a couple of knives. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'll use a scimitar then. Um, but before I do, as bonus action, I'm going to use my fighting spirit. So I get 5 temporary hit points, and I get advantage on hitting, and I'm going to go for the captain. Should I just use my great sword? There you go, you got it. Thank you. I'm gonna get rid of these. Thank you. Will you get rid of them? Just see them disappearing.
Passing a lot of responsibility over to you there, Crispy.
See all of them going. Right.
Sorry, I did not realize I was muted there. Anyway, yes, so that is a hit.
Cool. 6. Not too much, but enough. And then how's he looking?
He's looking a bit rougher than when he started the encounter.
So not.
He's got a few wounds, but he's still very much a determined combatant at this point.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna stand my ground then. Kind of protect the cart with Yinfu.
Yeah, of course.
Does it look like most of the stuff has now been looted from my vantage point over the heads of these small men with halberds?
You can see the members of the Brotherhood are fleeing with crates. As for whether there's any more to be had, well, that's harder to tell, given that you're quite busy.
Things aren't looking great for Epicos. And Lay on Hands is currently in action. No, I think he's gonna switch over helping Wide Eye. Gonna give this guy a solid kick.
And that hits.
Extra 9 damage.
Okay, so you give him a pretty solid kick there, and he staggers backwards a little bit.
And I think that's where I'm gonna leave it again. At least for this round.
Okay, so why die?
Yeah. Why did I do punch? Well, why did I do
Punch
hand
with
axe?
axe.
Yep. He's just getting angrier and angrier as this goes on, so he's just wanting to try and get things finished.
So the kind of hand axe swings down where the guard previously was. However, Epicos's kick gives him, kind of sends him backwards enough that the blade and narrowly misses. In fact, it actually kind of severs the strap of what was his water canteen, and that kind of clanks to the ground. Obviously, the guard's less fussed about that as he would have been his arm going with it.
Remote canteen. Nice. Well, I've been reckless. Oh well, next time. That's pretty much. Yeah, we'll focus on the one in front for now. See what he can do. Yeah.
So the guard here is going to keep up his attack, Epicos, against you, I'm afraid.
Yep.
And now that you've attacked the other one, it's given him a bit of an opportunity, so he's going to capitalise on that as best he can. Oof, and that is a crit, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that is capitalizing.
Oh god. Oh. Fuck's.
What? I was on 16 health.
Okay, so
Another
Why
day,
don't you
another
kind of-
death save.
you watch as this guy kind of comes in with a swing and just, kind of the blade just catches Epicos right on top of, the kind of the equestrian part of his body. You hear a bit of a sickening crunch as this blade bites deep. Obviously, the kind of the armor Epicos has been given not quite stretching back to that vulnerable spot. And Epicos kind of collapses down next to you. Kind of blood starting to ooze out into the mud. The guard nearest to you, however, he is going to actually take the disengage action because he is starting to feel not so bueno about all of this. And he's going to kind of sit back there behind his companions for the time being. Yinfu, your turn.
Yeah. Huh. If I cast a ranged spell, like a healing spell, for sake of argument, and I'm in melee range, or like in melee range of someone, what's the downside?
If it's not an attack, there won't be a downside.
Okay, cool. Seeing a pile of horse, I'm going to do another upcast healing word on him.
Yeah, they'd need the Mage Slayer feat to be able to hit you when you cast a spell.
Cool. Take 5 healing.
Okay, so that's 5 HP, presumably not to the guard captain.
Oh, yeah, no, Epicos.
Okay, so Epicos, you are back on your feet, only just, but enough to contribute once more.
I'm still prone, but I'm no longer unconscious.
Cool. And then seeing... Shit. Do we stay? Do we get out? Fuck. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna punch the captain again. I'm a fucking dummy. I wouldn't think about moving.
It's a hit.
I got so close. So close.
Oh,
So
Oh.
close.
why?
Ah.
Why? I've been robbed. Is this guard still charmed?
He is, yes.
That doesn't mean he can't hit you.
Oh shit! Yeah. Okay.
Yes, he can take his reaction as normal. He just has to make his action as an attack.
That's an attack. I think sensibly. Then I'm gonna turn there and hope for the best.
Okay, Elias.
Yeah, so I have to use my action to maintain the control.
Okay.
So I'll do that. And yeah, I'll have another go at shoving this guy with a telekinetic.
Yep, sure. This time he fails it.
Okay. So that gets him away from Lime and Yinfu at least.
Mhm.
And yeah, I'm gonna start heading out.
Okay, cool. So you start to follow the Brotherhood members.
I'm gonna set this. The range I have to stay. Oh, it's 120 feet. That crown of
Yeah,
madness.
you're
So.
fine.
Yep. Oh, sorry. And turn.
Right. Okay. So this guard here, he is fairly certain that he saw the horse go down and then get back up, but he's now going to make sure.
Yep.
Okay, so of course you don't get the chance to do much with that second wind as you are kind of still surrounded by hostiles here. It's going to be. In fact, actually, he's going to do that, and then now that that's freed him up a little bit, he's actually going to kind of take a step to his right here to kind of provide a bit more cover for his injured buddy. That's going to be his go. This one here, he's going to make his attack against the guard captain.
Yep.
Which hits again. Rolls very, very good against his. Must have been given latrine duty too many times recently.
Nah.
Not so
Damage is
much on the
okay.
damage this time, unfortunately. And then he is going to make that same throw again.
Yeah. He can move as well if he wants to before he makes the save.
He's in a pretty decent position here. And,
Just checking.
There we go. Oh, hold on. There we go. Yep, so he's failed that again.
He ain't the smartest. Maybe that's why he keeps getting latrine duty.
Maybe. And this one is going to kind of move back in, and he is going to attack you, Early May.
Righty Roo.
That's a hit.
Fuck, you would have to roll really low to not hit. Nope, sorry, carry on.
Okay, so that is him done, and puts us back to the guard captain at the top of the round. Now he's not sure what the hell's going on with this guy, but he's going to take a step away. He's going to attack you, Verly May, as well.
Fantastic.
With his scimitar twice. First one's a hit. Second one, however, you manage to just kind of dodge that before it can land. But yeah, he's obviously kind of looking fairly wounded at this point, but you two aren't doing particularly great either. Lee May, you can kind of see that things over there aren't looking particularly promising either. Your turn.
Oh, I wish I was a spellcaster. Right. Okay. You know what? I'm going to swing at him again. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna swing at him again. Where's my thing? There it is. God damn it. Does that hit?
That does hit, yep.
I hope so. And then I'm going to use my action surge.
Okay.
I'm going to disengage
All right.
and just. But I'm still going to be in sight of the others.
Okay,
So
cool. So you get yourself a bit of distance.
it's about there. I don't know how many that was. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
I think
there
that
we
was
go.
30. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And then end my turn then.
Okay, cool. So, Epicos, a death saving throw and a memory, if you would.
I'm running out of memories pretty quickly. That's no. I think this one is going to be honestly, the memory of him having those comfy couple of nights in that fancy hotel, that was kind of the highest in society he's ever been, and now he is bleeding to death in a ditch.
Bit of a change of fortunes, yes. Okay, wide eye. Your initial victim is now kind of between two allies, but
Yeah, but between everything that's going on, he's run off. Epicos has gone down. Anger's kind of reached a breaking point. So, bonus action. Wide Eye is going to shift to his bear form.
okay.
And just immediately. Let's see, why does it do this? He's not going to go for the original one. He's just going to go. Yeah, there we go. Cheers. Straight for the one in front. Run in, and he's going to recklessly attack.
Okay. That's a hit.
Nice.
Okay, so you kind of descend upon this very, very surprised guard. You know, kind of a mixture of, kind of claws and hand axe. He struggles to really protect himself. Obviously, you're kind of closed in enough now that his halberd becomes a bit trickier to parry with. And your axe kind of manages to find some flesh.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. So that'll be everything you'll do for now, but We'll continue with more of the same when we come back after these messages.
Okay, so in the meantime, this guy is now going to try and save his buddy. He's going to poke you from what he hopes is a safe distance. However, he misses. Or, well, probably less of a miss, more of a doesn't really pierce the hide. Either way, the effect is largely the same. This guy is going to do the same, or attempt to, a bit more successfully. However, he will also fail. Obviously, the shock of seeing this transformation happen has kind of got them off guard a little bit, buys you a bit of a window to kind of lay into their comrade here. Yinfu, your turn.
Yeah. Which areas have difficult terrain?
So kind of this area of the road, essentially.
Okay.
Kind of between the two groups and where the carts are.
Cool. I would like to do a little hop between like where I'm stood and like there, if possible. I think one of the things I can do is the leaps.
For leaps, whenever you make a long jump or a high jump, you can roll d8 and add the number to the number of feet you cover. Yep, okay.
Okay. How many feet do you normally cover with things like that?
I believe
based on your
for
strength.
athletics or strength, yeah.
Let me get it for you.
And from a
Thank you.
standing start as well. Let's see.
Yeah.
What was written on that one?
Jumping, a long jump is a number of feet equal to your strength with a 10-foot start. If it's a standing long jump, it's half that. Only clears a foot, cost a foot of movement. For high jump, it's number of feet equal to 3 plus your strength modifier if you move at least 10 feet. When you make a standing, it's only half. So yeah, long jump is strength score. High jump is 3 plus strength mod.
Okay.
And then
Okay,
half
so it'll
is
be
standing
half
still.
your strength score, and then add 3.
Okay.
So
So
your strength score currently
It's
is 9, so half of that will round up, shall we, 5. So you'll get 8 feet potentially. So for this purpose, we'll say 10.
okay, so if I'm scooting here, normal
Okay,
movement.
you are going to get an attack of opportunity from guard captain.
Okay.
However, that misses.
Awesome. Right, and then I am going to cast Thunderwave from my slot here, my spot there. So that would be... Shit, I'm missing them. Frig. Oh, hold on a second. That is... very weird. What the hell is going on with that template? Given that I had fucked up what the size of that cube would look like, can I retcon that I actually stay... No, it's fine. I'll just do it as is. We'll do it. Sorry, place measure template. So that's around myself, I believe. So it won't hit this guy or this guy, but it will hit him for a DC 13 Constitution saving throw.
He passes that one.
Dang. I think he takes half damage, but isn't pushed.
Okay, so do you want to roll with
However,
traps?
unsecured objects. Oh no, completely within the area of effect. Bugger. Okay.
So he'll take
damage.
5 of that. Okay.
And then
Well, I guess you could argue the cart might get pushed onto the guard. Oh,
Well, it has to be fully within the area. That's only half of it.
oh right.
Right, I'm gonna take my chances then, and I'm gonna continue moving.
Okay. Okay, so you're going to take an attack of opportunity from this guard here. which misses. Unfortunately, the way you ran is within 10 foot of this guy briefly through this square here. So he is going to get one as well. However, he misses too, so
Okay.
your unarmored AC is doing you a lot of favours right now.
It is, yeah. I'm gonna get myself to here's that's 25. Hold on. What is that? 35 foot, and then I've got another 10 foot because of what's its face?
Well, you've leapt 10 feet and then 10, 15, 20.
Yeah, the way it counts is kind of weird because if I'm just like holding it, it shows me. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, once I'm on there, 35
I
foot
think,
says.
yeah, any further than that, you'd need to take the dash, but you've already used your action on Thunderwave.
I've still got Long Strider up.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so I've still got the extra 10 foot. So I'm going to move there. And then I'm going to... I can't do another spell, can I? Shit, I did not think
No.
of that. Okay, then, yep, I will end my turn there.
Okay, Elias.
Yes.
Maintaining concentration.
No. Gonna do something to try and get those guys out. So I'll. You must use your action to maintain control or the spell ends. Yeah, okay. So I'll end that.
Okay.
And I will cast. Seeing as those guys over there are a little bit beat up, I'll cast Sleep and see if I can get them up. I will upcast it.
Okay.
To second level. Oh shit! Fucking Yinfu. That's a 20-foot fucking sphere is pretty big actually, isn't it? When you look at it. Okay, I'll cast it there.
Yeah, that should probably.
So
Good
out of
couple
those 5 is who it's going to affect, I guess. So let's roll it up.
Oh, good. It specifies it ignores unconscious creatures.
You're not in it anyway. Okay, so sleep, so 32.
So starting from whoever's got the lowest HP.
So he's falling asleep. Or at least, well, I assume they have to make. Let me have a quick read of this.
There's no, unless they're an elf.
Oh, okay, no, I'll just.
Or half elf or nothing. But no, yeah, they just whoever starting with the lowest and then deducting.
Okay, so he is going to be asleep somewhere. I'm just going to. I don't have a. Oh, yeah, we figured that out, didn't we?
Unconscious or something, was it? I don't know.
I could modify him with effects. There he is. So he's. So that was. How many was he? That was 2. Alright, so this guy, he is also going to be asleep. As is the guard captain.
Nice. 3 of them.
Okay, cool. So those guys kind of fall into a magical slumber.
And then really hoping that everyone else manages to get themselves out of this because there's nothing much else I can do. I'm just going to leg it.
Okay, cool. So
Get out.
Elias, you disengage from this particular combat. Alright, so this guard, he is asleep and he has nothing more he can do. This one here, he's going to move in. Hey, boss! Boss, wake up! He's going to shake him awake.
Yeah, he's at least had to waste his action doing it.
He has. He's going to try and move, but again, it's kind of rough terrain, so he's not going to get very far. And finally, this guard, he's kind of seen that you guys are running, so he too is going to go here. He's actually going to make a dash action to kind of get the rest of the way. And the guard captain, he's going to pick himself up. And then he's not going to be able to get too far. So he'll have to use an action to go the rest of the way. as a dash, or at least some of the rest of the way as a dash. Lime, your turn.
Right. Okay. Where's the measuring? How is the captain looking?
Very wounded.
And needs to sleep. Right. Fuck it. Move over here. And I'm going to use my fighting spirit again. So I have advantage.
Okay.
And extra HP again. And use my scimitar.
Yep, that is a hit.
Oh,
So another strike. His armor
Yeah.
absorbs most of it, but you obviously give him pause for thought.
cool. That's all I can do because I've used my bonus action. Unless I move away, but that'd be a stupid idea. Yeah. Right. I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay, Epicos. If we're running out of memories, I'll just have you do the death save then, please.
I've had time to think about one.
Okay.
It'll be when the old gladiator in when he was younger that taught him how to sort of read and write common. Ah,
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
And so ends the tale of Epicos the Brave.
anyone got a revivify repaired? Ah, shit.
No.
Oh, Epicos?
Adios, Epicos.
Uh,
And for the last time, I will click the end turn button.
Oh. What?
Wide Eye, you can't kind of hear any breathing from Epicos next to you anymore. Not that you're particularly focused on that right now.
Yeah. I mean, Wide Eye knows that because it's gone down, and that's why he's in such a pure blood-fueled rage. But before he can focus on anything, someone has just literally run directly at him. This guy's gone down, and Wide Eye has no idea why. Like he thinks maybe he's dead, and then this guy's just run right at him. So before he does anything else, he would immediately just go straight for that person.
Okay.
We'll do reckless, of course.
Yeah, that is definitely a hit.
Oh, come on, good damage.
Okay, a big blow from the hand axe.
And no bonus actions, but I feel like he'd end that with a big old roar.
Okay, so
just to put the fear of God into him.
sure. So moving us on this guard here, he's actually going to just try and attack this bear who's just kind of laying into his teammates. The goat is less of a concern for him.
At least for now.
Okay, so that's a hit. And these guards are not rolling particularly well against Wide Eye. Just kind of trying to chip away at him, but it doesn't really seem to be stopping him.
Must be nice.
That guard is unconscious, so he's not doing much. Yinfu, your turn.
Can I
Oh.
re-enter the turn order, or have I left at this point?
You've left. You've disengaged from map, so
Okay, fine.
You don't know he's dead.
Given the time that I'm dead, I'm also going to nip off and go and jump in the shower for work tomorrow.
yep.
But-
No worries there.
Still, thanks for running, Crispy. It was a good tale, even if it was a short tale. I will have a think about who
We
else to
will,
bring next time.
Yes, we will discuss possible options going forward.
Hey, if you lose another one next session, Rich can come back and you've had 2 different characters.
Okay, so Con is my dump stat. I'm playing a wizard. Yeah, right. Night, everyone.
See you,
Yeah.
Chris.
Bye.
Seeing
Who's next?
this guy kind of attacking Wide Eye, and kind of not really focusing on me, I am going to attempt to punch him in the back of the head.
Okay.
Ew.
You attempt to and you miss.
Um. In that case, I am then going to just give bardic inspiration to Wide Eye and end my turn.
Okay, cool. So, Wide Eye, you have that. This next guard next to you is still asleep. The other guard here feels like he's getting the upper hand a little bit. He's going to move in to assist his captain. He's going to attack you, Li Mei. Oof, and it's a crit. Okay, Li Mei, this guy kind of charges at you and kind of thrusts upwards up this bank. The kind of tip of a spear, or sorry, tip of a halberd, kind of just goes into your kind of lower abdomen. The hide armor does practically nothing. You kind of gasp as this cold steel finds its way, and you kind of withdraw a little bit, a bit worse for wear. All right. This guard, he is again just fighting for his life at this point, so he is just going to try and kill Wide Eye as best he can. Although that is a critical failure, so Wide Eye make an attack against him.
Which one was it? The one I'm targeting already.
Yes.
It's still in the same thing, so it's still reckless, isn't it?
It would be.
17
Yep, that hits.
on the bar. 13 damage.
Okay, so he kind of lunges at you with the halberd. With your free hand, you grab the halberd and kind of yank it towards you, pulling him off guard, and you kind of give him a backhanded blow with this axe. You kind of swing back up into kind of the underside of his jaw, which just kind of puts his lights out pretty much instantly.
Nice.
Okay, so that's him down. Which means with guard captain, he's going to have to turn and face the immediate threat. Which, unfortunately, is you, Li Mei.
So excited.
That's a hit.
Hold on.
Nope.
I'm gonna silvery barbs.
Silvery barbs, okay.
Silvery barbs. Where it at? we've got to roll again.
Alright, let's have a look. Let's re-roll the d20 and use the. Okay, cool. So let's do that again. That is still only just a hit. So we'll keep that damage in place. And then his. Oh, carry on.
Someone else, or someone can get advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. I'm actually going to give that to Lee May as well.
Okay. And he is going to use his second scimitar attack. That is a hit. Okay, Lee May, you are starting to get very battered here. It is your turn. Obviously, from here, you can see Epicos is dead. Wide Eye seems to be having the time of his life. And Yinfu is at least has an avenue of escape.
I did not want to leave his body, but I'm gonna have to go. Oh no, this is awful. Right, first thing though, so I don't fully die, I'm gonna use my second wind.
Okay. So stick that on you directly so you don't give it to the guard captain.
Oh, oops. Thank you.
There you go.
And I'm just gonna have to leg it. Yeah. So that's my bonus action with disengage my action.
Okay.
And just go.
Yep. Cool. So you make a beeline for trees.
Yep.
Okay, let's remove you from the combat. I can remove Epicos as well, actually. Wide Eye.
I do want to stay and see what happens though. But I am out.
Okay, quick scan of everything that's in front of me.
Okay, so you can see
this. I was going to say the
five enemies, two of which are asleep, and then Yinfu, and then Epicos' corpse.
How does the captain look? Like, does he look?
He's not doing great.
Okay, and this guard over to the over by Yinfu, the one that's still standing.
Yeah, he's taken a hit, but he's still in fighting shape.
Oh, every part of me knows which one I want to go for, and I feel like it's such a terribly bad idea.
Remember, you can go around the sleeping ones. If you. Okay.
There is one I really wanted to go for, but Wide Eye will see that goat is still up.
Okay.
And he's going to go for this one. Protect the goat. Because, if anyone's going to kill goat, it'll be him. So one reckless attack.
Mm-hmm.
Hits.
Oh, shit. You've been recklessing this whole time, and I've been rolling guards as just normal.
Aha, but I have been shifted. I've been recklessing for...
Oh, of course, yeah, they can't do that again, can they? Yeah, it's such a powerful combo. All right, anyway, big hit to the guard who kind of goes sprawling backwards as he tries to resist but just can't. I'm guessing that's your turn done.
Yeah, Wide Eye suddenly doesn't really have much in the way other than hit things.
He is actually going to decide that this isn't worth staying for. He's going to disengage. And he's going to run. This guard is still asleep, which means Yinfu, it is your turn.
Wide Eye, we gotta go.
What language do you say that in Yinfu?
Oh,
Common.
fuck.
But
Okay.
yeah, I'm assuming he doesn't know that. I am going to scoot my butt forward, and just tap him on the shoulder. I'm also casting Long Strider on Wide Eye,
Okay.
and then I'm heading back the opposite way, sort of disengaging again from combat. And I think actually with my move, yeah, I
Okay, so
exceed
Info,
the
you
map.
make good your escape. Okay, so Viscard's asleep, which means Viscard is the only one kind of left. So he's going to move forward a tad, and he's going to attack you, Wide Eye. He's going to miss. However, his footing is unsure in this kind of quagmire that this has now become with all the rain and the bloodshed. Spicard Captain, he is actually going to move here and wake this guy up. Okay, your turn.
This is a dilemma. Oh, why die here? It's every part of his rage wants to just go to town on everyone who's here. But he will. How much does Epicos weigh?
A fair bit. Quite a significant amount, actually. I don't think we've got it written anywhere, but he's got. Let me tell you what. Give me one moment to Google how much a horse is. The average weight for a horse is about between 500 and 600 kilos, which in pounds, which is archaic system uses, is about 1,100 to 1,300.
Yeah, maybe not. Oh. Tell you what he will do. He is going to disengage from these guys.
Okay.
Run over this way. And in Wide Eye's mind, he is chasing the prey that has run.
Okay, cool. So chasing the prey that's run, and that is a good time to end that combat, as I appreciate we have run significantly over our usual time. So my apologies on that one. Okay, so we'll leave it there. Eventful session, first death of the campaign. Courtesy of that one, which is probably about fitting for the luck we usually have here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna roll in that one, it's got to be on the old death saves, unfortunately.
So yeah, welcome to the group, Chris.
Welcome to the group, Chris.
He's not here.
He's laughing.
Crying in the shower.
Thanks for the warm welcome.
Did you catch that? Thanks for the warm
No,
welcome.
Thanks for the warm
Yeah.
welcome. The warmth came from the fireball. The welcome came from the death saves.
We'll I'll have to have a chat with Chris in the week about potential backups, but until then, same time next week, everybody else.
Yeah,
Good.
it was good. At least it wasn't a disintegration rain. You didn't even get a chance for.
Yeah,
He's not a
just-
cleric,
Yeah,
though. He's safe
could've
from
been worse.
those.
all right, cool. Well,